Hey, Miss Ann. How's Florida?
I'm out of the office right now, but if you care to leave your name and number...
You're locked in. There's no escape in virtual reality. I know who you are.
Excuse me. I wonder, could you help me? I'm looking for the psychology department. Dr. John Cornelius?
Come in, doors open.
Dr. Cornelius?
That depends.
Excuse me?
Come in.
Jacoby. John Jacoby? I spoke to someone on the faculty. I believe you're expecting me. I'm...
Chief Executive Officer, Dreams Imagic. Advanced computer simulation and artificial intelligence. How do you do? Come sit down. Here. So, virtual reality is your major project. And you believe that your company could become the victim of industrial espionage, yes?
Got it in one.
Television is going to become old hat. Instead of watching things from the outside, you're going to put us on the inside of the box. Is that right?
I guess so, in a way.
Well, if you can help me get this little man from level 4 to level 5, I'll be eternally grateful.
I'd rather you found the Judas that's trying to rip off the company. Yam says that he has definite proof that someone has been...
Who's Yam?
One of my partners, Yam Yamazaki. He's Major League in laser physics. He's the one that first heard the nasty buzz in the States.
Game over. Game over. Oh, what the... What's going on?
Red eyes, dandruff. This is definitely a Kodak moment, JC.
Samantha.
Don't you think our relationship has reached a stage where I might have a key to the front door?
Oh, it's much more exciting this way.
Your trouble is you don't want to be connubially pinned.
Oh, my God. I'm late. The alarm didn't go off.
This is a 12-hour clock, JC.
What?
AM, PM, angel. It's set to give you a rude awakening at 8 o'clock tonight. I'll buy you a good one, nude boy.
I do not accept presents from young women who break into my rooms.
What's the rush? You don't have to be at the university today. I thought we could...
No can do. I've got an appointment with somebody in computers.
Is this one of these extracurricular jobs you never tell me about? Why are men so noisy in the morning?
It's 10 o'clock. Where's the big cheese?
You usually set your clock by John Jacobi.
Yeah, well, he has got to count his paper clips, hasn't he?
Administration.
Sorry, I'm late. Where's Yam?
Thought he was at NASA.
Well, he was, but he was flying back last night.
Bet she's off enjoying some sushi. Do you know what I mean? Something raw and pink.
I wonder if you'll still be smiling when I tell you that one of us is planning to sell Medusa to the highest bidder.
I don't believe it. We'd be committing commercial suicide. Medusa is the company, it's us. So who'd be stupid enough to do that?
Someone who needs money?
Christ, if I find out who the brownie is, I'll personally mash the bastard.
Oh, by sitting on them, I suppose.
Yes, we just can't sit on our boa hunks waiting for Medusa to fly out of the window. Now, this maniac has got to be found. Now.
I agree. That's why I've called someone in, privately.
You did what? Since when do you make decisions without us taking a vote? I don't want some dick poking his nose into Medusa.
Isn't this a matter for the police?
No crime has been committed, remember?
Yet.
Look, this man has a reputation of being very discreet.
For the sake of Humbert J. Humbert. My name is Cornelius, Dr. John Cornelius.
Oh, sorry, Squire. Orders is orders. If you had an appointment, you'd be down here. And you ain't.
Ah, Mr. Jacobi, Secretary? Oh, I would love to come up. Perhaps you would like to have a word with Neanderthal Man here.
The background of the company is fairly simple. Myself, Matt Andrews, and Yam Yamazaki were working for an American firm called Imagic. We had a disagreement with the management, so I got some funding. Then Reggie Milsom and Annie Piper joined the team. Then finally, Liang T came on board with Hong Kong money. The sum total of their brains equals technological dynamite. You know, Reggie Milsom says that one day he'll write a program that'll let you trade your identity with a lobster. Annie Piper, Matt Andrews, and Reggie Milsom. This is Dr. John Cornelius, the psychological consultant I told you about.
Yeah, no offense, but I believe we should have sorted this out ourselves.
Maybe you've got something to hide, Reggie. But on second thoughts...
Hello, Liang T, we've got a visitor.
You're very special, Doctor. You're the only person besides ourselves who's ever been in this room.
I'm honored.
And this is why we call it Medusa, Doctor.
This is Liang T. Dr. Cornelius?
Forgive me, Doctor. After a while, you forget you're wearing the data glove.
Data glove?
This is the brain of the virtual reality system.
Why didn't you let him play down the amusement arcade?
We own the patents on some video games.
At least we'll get some royalties from the man, lighten his fee.
Well, we can tell you one thing, Doctor. Now, you see, the old way was to have 2 TV mini-screens actually inside the helmet you looked at. You saw things in a kind of 3D. Great for the kids, but lousy for super graphics. Now, our Lady Medusa, well, she changes all of that.
Well, that's when lasers come in. Instead of seeing the image on TV screens, we put the image on your retina using a laser.
Jesus Christ, why don't you just give them the schematics? The whole shebang. Then they can go and sell it as well.
Oh, pipe down, Reggie.
You play video games, Doctor?
Well, my work at the university... Well, let's just say that I keep my joystick handy.
How about role-playing adventures?
Well, isn't that what we're doing here?
Careful now, Doctor. That symbol signifies a laser. And saying that everything in here is experimental, we don't want you losing a little finger, do we?
Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the lane, snow is glistening. A beautiful sight, we're happy tonight. Walking in the winter wonderland. Gone away is the bluebird. Here to stay is a new bird. He sings a love song as we go along. Walking in the winter wonderland.
Jardine Matheson. These people of yours might be computer brains, but they can't spell.
What?
If someone works for a company, they ought to spell it properly. And when people talk to people, they ought to answer back.
What?
A bloody German car in my bloody space. Some flaming frau from the Bar Meinhof gang, I shouldn't wonder.
Damn Scotsman took a fiver off me the other day, said that he could switch the liquid from one glass to the other without touching the glasses.
Really? First year science. Oh, what is this? College disinfectant. Where did you get it?
Well, the local supermarket, of course.
Oh, you're quite hopeless, JC. I shall have my wine merchant send you a couple of cases of Macallan's.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I don't care if this was made in North Korea and bottled in a sewage factory. This is what I buy and it's what I drink. Now, just tear that up.
If you must be masterful.
Drink on women, Cornelius, and both before 10:30 in the bloody morning. Still, if you're making the offer, down the flaming hatch. Bloody hell. What's that, the college disinfectant? Now, before I forget, John Jacoby.
Oh, it's all in hand, Owen.
Bloody good job as well, because I'm very pissed off with you, Cornelius.
Sexual encounters?
been a very irrational day. What is everybody going on about?
Porn, beloved. Filthy pictures to warm the cockles. Oh, come on, JC. Your fleshy foibles are safe with me.
Oh, no, you know what that's about, don't you?
Yeah? I've just told you. Slap in the mouth stuff.
Well, no. Yes, well, in a way, it's part of a programme I'm involved in with a government committee. I'm supposed to give my opinion about certain erotic films and the effect they have on people with certain sexual problems.
Then maybe you can help me, Doctor. I have a very serious sexual problem. There's this man who refuses to take me seriously, but has no shame about letting me jump on his bones.
Why can't you tell me over the phone? Okay, I'll be right up.
You certainly will, sir. Thank you.
Look, this is very embarrassing, but it seems that the taxi driver would like to be paid right here and now. The only problem is he doesn't seem to want to let me far from his sight, and I've told him I can get the money from somebody here at the hotel. Look, a minute. If there's any problem, I'll be in the penthouse suite. Miss Valentine.
Oh, just a second.
John Jacoby, I'm out of the office right now, but if you care to leave your name and number, I'll get right back to you. Please wait for the tone.
This is Sergeant Gummer from Inspector Cadogan's office. We'd appreciate it if you gave us a call as soon as possible. The number is...
Albert, how nice.
Well, actually, Miss Valentine, it was him.
Don't worry, Albert. Actually, he's an eccentric piano tuner.
No, I'm not. I'm a distinguished lecturer in psychology.
See what I mean? Eccentric. With grand ideas. I promised an old school chum we'd have a drink with her before the concert. Got to show her my latest notch on the bedpost. Know what I mean, darling?
It's something I'd like to do first.
Gee, see, we're already late.
It'll take a second to go.
Hi, this is John. Can you hear me? I'll be right with you.
Are you in the pagoda?
Stop here!
You must be joking.
Please.
Good God.
I'll just be a tick.
Cornelius, we're going to be late.
I won't be a moment.
Turpentine and piddle.
got me here. What's so all-fired important that needs all the secrecy?
I'm Dr. Valentine. I'm answering an emergency call.
You got a call to come here, Doctor?
Isn't this just the kind of place to get a heart attack?
Just a second. Haven't you forgotten something? Your bag?
You betcha. In a neighborhood like this. Would you mind awfully? Minding the car, that is.
This is control. You are clear for takeoff.
Destroy 3 enemies.
What the?
If you can't beat them, join them.
What do you think you're doing?
It's a double game, remember? Anyone can join in.
Emergency. Congratulations, you achieved cadet level. Experience over.
Oh, don't be such a sore loser, JC.
No, it's not that. It's just that I can't cheat.
I don't have time to explain, beloved. Do help me, officer. I have to get him to intensive care. We can't wait for an ambulance.
I'll get you there, Doc. Fast.
Before we examine the question, why do some people in certain circumstances commit serious acts of violence, I'd like to thank the chemistry department for the use of the zinc bath and the art department for the services of Miss Miniver.
All right. Whose car is that?
It's a police car.
A police car, I know. I'd be a damn sight better off renting out the bloody space.
It's an Inspector Cadogan.
Well, where the blazes is he?
He came to see Dr. Cornelius. Dr. Cornelius is in the Brabant Lecture Hall. I sent the inspector there. Is that all right?
Our example for analysis today is the Brides in the Bath murderer, George Smith. We'll discuss such psychometric measures as psychoticism, dominance, and hostility later. But Smith's case was an intriguing one. For the first part of his career, he married lonely ladies, fleeced them of their money, and then vanished from their lives. But quite suddenly, he changed his modus operandi. And he began to murder his victims instead, by drowning them in the bath. but in such a way as to baffle forensic science.
Just push their heads under. No problem. Or yank them by their feet.
Ah, Mr. Gunning. But they would struggle. They would fight. The bodies would give the game away. It's called bruising. And none of the corpses showed the slightest signs of violence.
I think you took the wrong turn back there, Sergeant.
With respect, sir, I think you'll find it's just round a bend.
Along with a bleach, eh, Sergeant? God, it's a joke. Don't you chaps in the service have any sense of humour nowadays?
Not on what they pay us, sir.
To find out how Smith drowned his victims and left not a mark on them, Forensic conducted a number of experiments with the use of a young lady, which brings us to Miss Miniver, who has kindly agreed to help us reenact those forensic experiments. Miss Miniver. Miss Miniver poses for the art department.
A job's a job, Lovey.
Yes, that's John Jacobi.
I would have thought you had been used to cadavers by now, Doctor. And would have commented on this one's funny eyes.
Funny eyes?
Interesting, isn't it? I have to warn you that the other one's a lot worse.
Other one?
Been in the water some time, you see. We believe it's a Mr. Yamazaki. I say believe because his face is a bit of a mess. Not a pretty picture. An associate of Jacobi. Do you know?
I never met Mr. Yamazaki.
Well, not much point in looking at what's left then, is there, sir?
Did you say Mr. Jacobi died in a car crash?
Yeah. Of course, the autopsy will give us the full cause of death, but we believe your friend Jacobi probably died of an heart attack. Possibly a stroke, brain hemorrhage, drove off the road.
I'd like to see the report immediately you get it, Inspector.
Why should I do that, sir?
Well, surely you brought me here for my expert opinion.
Good Lord, no, sir. Now, your card was found on the gent's body, sir. Were you treating him for something psychological? Was he having mental problems?
Veer! Just the man I'm looking for.
Bugger off, Cornelius. Running time is precious time. I'm on my Todd. So be a sensitive bastard for once in your life and push off.
I need the answer to something, Veer.
Then go watch Mastermind. Christ, you got a nerve after the last time. Dragging me into that court.
Well, the defence needed an expert witness. It wasn't too expensive, thought you'd enjoy it.
Enjoy it? Copulation and sexual deviation. My wife and mother were in that court.
Well, perhaps you're not the man who can answer my question. I'll go and ask your colleague Henderson. Perhaps he'll know.
Henderson? What the hell does Henderson know except the textbook he boned up on the night before?
Surely being a bit unfair there, Veer.
You weevil. You lie on the ground there and tell me you can get information from Henderson that I'm unable to furnish? What's the question? Damn it! What's the question?
My question has to do with the human eye.
And do you think Henderson can give you information that I can't?
What can make the eye of a corpse turn completely black?
When any of the information on the program gets changed, regardless of how insignificant, it gets logged, dated, and time-stamped.
So how do you know it was Jacobi who changed the program?
Well, the colour of the sky. Well, we all have our own little idiosyncrasies. One of Jacobi's was the fondness of the colour magenta.
So he was definitely here in the lab on the night that he died,
There's more. I would have noticed it ordinarily, but what's been going on right now.
Can you roll back?
Well, according to the log, Yamazaki was the one who left these funny little squiggles.
Can you freeze frame it?
Sure. It's a bit like an A, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A for Andrews or Annie. Annie Piper.
Yeah, well, whatever. Listen, I have to get back to take a class. But can I ask you not to tell anyone about any of this?
Are you crazy? Well, what's been going on round here? Why do you think I phoned you in the first place? If one of us...
Ah, Miss Piper. Thank you, Reggie. Most useful.
Thick as thieves now, are we?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Were you and our psychologist doctor trading secrets?
Secrets? I thought you didn't like secrets, Reggie.
Well, I think we'd all better be careful what we say to one another in future. Maybe that's what got Yamazaki and Jacoby killed in the first place.
Yeah, so maybe the fat man has got a point.
Question is, did our thief turn to murder, like the brides in the bath case, as a means to an end, using a technique which leaves not a visible signs of violence on the victim anyway? The other question is, did they die in the Medusa room?
Liang Ti, a games player, a compulsive perhaps, with an inscrutable internal control. Andres, extrovert, arrogant, authoritarian but with indications of low self-esteem. And Miss Piper, Annie, a touch neurotic, with paranoid ideation perhaps. And God help us, Reggie, abstracted and hyperactive. It's staring me in the face. I know it. A for Andres, A for Annie, but not for Liang Ti or Reggie Milson. What was going through Yamazaki's brain at the time? Of course, something, not English, something Japanese.
Wilbur, old chum, I bring you a foaming tankard of barley, hops and yeast.
A pint of beer would have done. You realize, Cornelius, that if certain people see me in your company, I have as much chance of being elected next week as a hedgehog of crossing the M1.
Oh, surely not.
Well, I suppose the quicker I do you a favor, the faster I'll see the back of you.
Can't one spend a quiet moment with an old friend?
No. And not so much of the old, and even less of the friend, if you don't mind. Well, come on, spit it out.
Wilbur, it's a well-known fact that you are one of the foremost Sino-Japanese experts in this country.
One? And who else is there?
Does this mean anything to you?
Apart from being a scribble, you mean?
Oh, well, I copied it down. It's written by a Japanese person.
Well, you haven't copied it very well, and it's hardly worthy of my attention.
Wilbur, would you like me canvassing at your next election?
Oh, God, anything but that. If you must know, it's a character which represents the moon.
The moon?
That's what I believe I said.
Oh. I was hoping you'd tell me something a little more helpful.
Well, think yourself lucky I didn't tell you in Japanese or Chinese. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say for the price of a beer.
Just a minute. What would you have said?
Expanding your knowledge base at last, Cornelius? The word for moon in Chinese is liang.
Just the man I wanted to see. I need to ask a question.
Not now, Veer. I'm in a hurry.
I needed to ask if that corpse of yours ever messed around with lasers.
Very likely.
Well, next time, damn well go and see Henderson.
Ah, sir.
Ah, Gunning, have you got wheels?
Yeah, but...
Great, because I need a lift urgently.
That'll be difficult on a mountain bike.
Damn. All right. Phone Miss Samantha Valentine and tell her I need the Mean Machine cab service pronto. You got that?
Yeah, but I wanted to know if...
Now, go find the phone box. It's a matter of life or death, Gunning. Life or death.
But your lecture on George Smith.
Yes,
I need
it's a
to
matter of
know...
life or death. Go, Gunning. Yes, can I speak to Reggie Milson, please? Ah. Yeah, Reggie? Yes, John Cornelius here. Are you all right? No, it's just that you sound a bit strange. Listen, Reggie, I have to come over and see you immediately. Can you wait there for me? And don't tell anybody about this, you understand? And can you make sure that my name is on the list at reception? Good.
We'll do as the man says, Reggie. Ring reception.
I think you're a beast. You tell me nothing.
It's all top secret, Sam.
Just like our love life.
You were always destined for the low life, Reggie.
Dr. Cornelius, right? You're to go straight up to the Medusa room, sir. Hey. Just a minute, young lady. I've only got Dr. Cornelius down on my list.
That's okay, I'm his mistress. If his name is down on the list, that's good enough for me.
You're not supposed to be with me.
Illogical, JC. I am with you.
Now look, Sam. There's one thing you've got to understand. You will not be allowed inside this room. Getting into this room is like getting into your father's wallet.
Rude boy.
I don't like this. Where's Reggie?
Perhaps he's having a lie down. Do you know what you're doing, JC?
No, not really. But I watched Star Trek for years. I'm an original Trekkie. Listen, I want you out of here. This is not the sort of game I want you mixed up with. The person I'm waiting for plays deadly games.
2 to 1 are much better odds.
Well, if you really want to help me, why don't you pick up that phone there? Call Inspector Cadogan. Dial police.
Really, gosh. And what shall I tell him? That my lover and I have broken into a secret establishment, and that said lover is monkeying with things he shouldn't.
Sam? Come and help me with this glove.
Oh, hello. Can you hold on for a second? Knock, knock. Is there an idiot in there?
virtual reality, Dr. Cornelius.
I knew you wouldn't be able to resist it. Your disappointment the other day was quite obvious. One doesn't need to be a psychologist to figure that out.
Sam! What have you done with Sam?
Sam! Where's Sam?
You're locked in, Doctor.
Wait. I think I ought to warn you about something.
You have nothing to tell me.
Humour me. It's all done with lasers, yes?
Very good. But you'll never see the laser that penetrates your brain.
Listen. I might have switched the connections on these machines.
You're probably a poor bluffer at poker, Dr. Cornelius.
No!
JC!
There's a lock. Somewhere on the side of the helmet. You see it?
Yeah, I've got it.
What was I saying?
Someone motivated and merciless.
Oh, someone motivated and merciless, yes. A foreign agent would have known what to have done with Medusa. My guess is that she was working for the Chinese.
North Korea?
Yes, quite possibly.
No, it's an anagram of errant hook.
Well, whatever. I think she had a forged Hong Kong identity, but believe you me, if she ever had worked for Jardine Matheson...
She'd have known how to spell it.
She'd have known how to spell it.
Hello? Yes. Yes, it is Samantha Valentine speaking. Hold on. It's for you.
Oh. Yes, hello. It's one of my students. Ah, Gunning. How did the brides in the bath murderer do it? Gunning, I take it this is for research purposes alone. Well, if you must know, he grabbed them under the knees, thereby forcing water into their lungs and rendering them unconscious. Good night, Gunning. Just a minute. How did he know your name?
I'd be more upset if he'd mentioned someone else's name. Oh, Lordy, what is this, JC?
What's what?
Oh, goodness me.
Bed's wet.
What?
The bed's wet.
Just as long as it's your side of the bed, sweetie.
Yeah, but...
What Pertwee? Where?
That's just got to be him.
Ah, guy on the box of candy I bought you for your birthday, right?
We're looking at the real thing.
Art, right?
Right. He's got a great smile. Oh. Did I say something to upset him? Oh, how'd you do that? I had no idea it was so warm in here.
Mr. Chamberlain?
Yes.
Des Brunton, Evening News.
Yes.
Now, we've had a report of a famous artwork, the Laughing Cavalier, mysteriously melting.
Where?
London. Apparently, one moment it was a famous artwork, the next, vertical oil slick.
Well, what was it? An attack? Vandalism?
It apparently went into voluntary liquidation.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. That can't possibly be true.
Well, that's what the report says. Have you had any similar outrages here?
Of course not.
So you say all your paintings are fully secure against similar artistic violations, eh?
No, I would not say that. You would, Mr. Brunton.
You are confident that none of your paintings would commit hara-kiri?
Well, only a few Japanese prints could possibly do that.
Oh?
Yeah, what are you writing?
Gallery director, Simon... How old are you?
Well, I'm 43, but I really don't...
43? Laughed off any threat to the city's precious art treasures.
No, I laughed off nothing. However, I do not anticipate any problems given our security system here.
So what, all paintings are safe with us, eh?
Yes. Yes, I would say that.
Excuse me.
I'm not very keen on them.
My father paid an absolute fortune for these.
And they're fakes.
Samuel Palmer's to you.
No. You've kept them.
They're a present, JC.
Mr. Chamberlain?
Yes, Mariel. What? What is it?
It's the Renoir.
Did you upset someone putting those up?
Well, yes. A tweedy gent called by about a little delicate knocking in of picture pins.
Well, he'll have been to Griffith's by... Ah, that's probably him. Yes, hello. Ah, hello, Carol. Would you put the television on?
Yes, oh, master, yes, dear sweet lord.
Please.
Thank you.
Yes.
In Birmingham and Manchester.
All right.
Within an hour of the destruction taking place, messages were found in all 3 galleries, informing them that further paintings would be ruined in the same inexplicable manner within the next 24 hours. Our art correspondent, Giles Byrne, assesses the loss to the art heritage of the nation.
How awful.
Turner painting, sunset on wet sand.
Yes!
Expressed in terms of colour.
What about the Renoir?
Ah, the Renoir. Now, let me guess which phase of his work you'd prefer.
Go on.
Late, very late.
Yes.
All those roly-poly women, straight out of a corset ad.
Flesh. Their flesh. You feel as if you could almost reach out and feel the heat. There must have been some sort of heat applied to destroy those paintings. Not heat, corrosive. Must it? Oh, that call was from the firm that insured the paintings.
JC, they want you to save our nation's art treasures.
Save further insurance losses, more like it. It would be intriguing. Paintings that self-destruct.
JC, you've an idea. A glimmerette?
Paintings melting with no one near. There must be an explanation that relies on an overlooked factor.
Lateral leap?
Yes. Pictures. Paintings.
Yes.
Oil. Melting. Valuable oil paintings melting.
Why?
Revenge. Ransom. Destruction.
How?
Yes, materials. Oil paint. Colloid chemical base.
Yes. Oh, yes. Don't stop, JC. Not now. Not now.
I can't keep it up.
Yes, you can. Keep going. Try a different angle. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Animals.
My card.
Have you got an appointment?
No, I have not.
Well, Professor Griffiths is very busy. Everybody is very busy.
I am perfectly willing to wait.
Where's the bloody man, Miss Littlejohn?
Dr. Cornelius has been otherwise engaged, sir.
When isn't he? I want to see him. Pronto. Who's she? MI6? Special branch?
Insurance.
Get rid of her.
Who is it?
Let me in, dear. It's your Auntie Maud.
My aunt who?
You've made an old lady very happy.
John.
Carol.
Have you seen what's happened?
I only saw the news.
Ah, there you bloody are, Cornelius. Miss Littlejohn has been monitoring your phone. Long call, wasn't it?
Well, I did get carried away.
University business?
No.
The Department of Psychology seems the last bloody thing you consider. I've had it with you. In my office, Cornelius. Too late for insurance. In. You do your work for the department, in the department, and for no one else but the bloody department. Clear?
As you wish.
You don't mind?
You're head of school, Owen.
Yes, I am.
Oh, I'm late for a class. Will you excuse me?
Bloody hell's he up to?
John, it's the most intriguing case. Look, we need you.
I'm sorry.
Why?
Well, perhaps you better ask Professor Griffiths.
Professor Griffiths, you cannot deny us his services.
Can't I, though?
Have you seen the news about the paintings being destroyed?
Mystery, isn't it? Bit baffling.
We have
liabilities running into millions of pounds. All the paintings in those art galleries are insured by us. We must find out how they are being destroyed.
Win some, lose some. There's too much art in the world, some say.
Professor Griffith, we know that John Cornelius will not accept a fee, but Tower King Insurance is prepared to donate £250,000 to this university if he will help us to a successful outcome.
£250,000. £250,000.
I've already cleared it with your Vice-Chancellor. So, shall we go after Dr. Cornelius?
What a very good idea.
The exits are all covered, Mr. Chamberlain. I've men at all points to observe every aspect and each of your attendants. It's hard to see what can occur, really.
Well, in Manchester, they said there was no one near the Turner canvas, yet it still melted away.
The Invisible Man, minus his bandages.
Who else?
I have had a look at all the paintings, and there's nothing. It has all the makings of a hoax, if you ask me.
That would suit me fine. Oh, I'd settle for that.
All right. Should we?
Yes, the note received was kind enough to say that our major works would be spared.
Very considerate of him.
Or her.
You think it's a woman?
Well, I'm just keeping our options open.
Look at that.
What?
Nobody move! What is it?
Gainsborough. Isn't it heavenly, Inspector?
Well, at least it's still Virgo intacta.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I do think you ought to keep your enthusiasms to yourself.
I can't help it. I want to protect and cherish things I love.
There's something wrong over here. I presume it's not supposed to do that.
Is it very valuable?
Well, not particularly. It was a still life gifted by my grandfather.
It's only a pool of grease now.
Inspector, that remark hardly brings sunshine back into our lives.
This is dreadful. Dreadful. They could destroy anything, any picture, anywhere.
Was there anybody near the painting?
No, only me. I saw the painting melt, then I called out.
Do you mind if I make a suggestion?
Oh, go ahead.
Each of the attendants to leave his or her uniform with the inspector here for tests. We might find a trace of the substance which matches that which makes these paintings liquefy.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll issue the orders here.
I can't go on with it.
Never mind that. Did it work?
Yes, but they're on to us.
Did you say anything, Muriel? Hey, sexy.
They collected our uniforms for forensic tests. They checked our hands.
They'll find nothing. You just cool it out.
There was an expert there who examined the frame after the paint had melted. I heard him say it had been tampered with.
So what does that prove, huh? What expert?
I heard him say his name, Cornflakes.
Cornflakes?
Corn something.
What was it, corn plaster?
No.
Cornball? Cornelius?
Yes, that was it.
John Cornelius?
I don't know. Ow!
Dr. John Cornelius?
Yes, they called him that. Why?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hallelujah, Lord. I believe. Woo-hoo! I believe, Lord. I believe. Hallelujah. What is it? What is it? It's the icing on the cake. It's the cream in my coffee. It's the fairy on top of the goddamn Christmas tree. It's Bunce. Fate. Fair fate has delivered that bastard Cornelius to me.
I don't like any of this.
Why ever not?
I can't stand the thought of any more questions. I'll break. I know I will.
I won't allow such a thing. What you need is a spine stiffener.
I didn't think it would be like this. I should never have let you into the gallery.
Hey, come on. This is for us. Our future. Together.
I called you this morning.
I had to go to Manchester. Pensioners away day. £3 there and back. Not bad, eh? Good old British Rail, the old people's friend. Marvellous.
You're crackers.
Hey, think of what we stand to win, huh? Think of how we're fooling them.
All I can think of is being caught, sentenced, imprisoned. I thought it was one of your jokes. Some joke. It's sick, so sick. I had no idea you'd go this far. or that it would work.
Scaredy cat. Still love me? What you need is a nice big gin and a long warm bath. After that, you're gonna feel so much better about life's little problems.
Getting me drunk won't help. I'm not going on with it.
Oh, yes, you are.
No. No! End of the line. Get the picture.
Our staff have been with us for varying lengths of time. The last one to join was...
Mariel Connors?
Yes.
Well, nothing unusual there.
Didn't you find the first painting?
Oh, yes, she was terribly upset.
Could we talk to her?
I don't think she's come in yet. Should I phone?
Good idea. Is that unusual? Is she ill?
I don't think so. She usually does telephone if she's ill.
But not today?
No. Well, perhaps she's on her way.
Perhaps we should check. Not as flexible as they say. Mariel? Hello?
Washing machine. First cycle.
Mariel must have gone out. We've just missed her.
What's that smell? Turpentine.
Oh, it's on me.
Ugh.
Paint. Black paint. Cloth.
I think we should leave.
I just borrow her bathroom first.
Oh, well, hurry up. Don't want to be done for breaking and entering.
I won't linger.
Samantha? You all right?
You'll have to push the door.
What is it?
The door. Behind the door.
Oh, yeah, have you had a note from the liquidator yet?
Is that what you're calling him? That's a typical crass, yellow, journalistic phrase.
Oh, that good, eh? Well, that's what he does, isn't it? Liquidates art.
Mr. Brunton, I am extremely busy.
Yeah, that's the note.
Mr. Brunton, we will issue a statement when there is something definite to disclose.
When did the ransom note arrive?
Well, it appeared on my desk. I don't know. Let's go in, shall we? Oh, no, not you.
Well, I'm only doing my job.
Yes, we'll do it somewhere else.
Who was that?
He's a local reporter, a real pest. We've heard from them.
£500,000 or more paintings become puddles of grease.
Oh, don't.
You think it might be cheaper to pay?
This might be from a hoaxer.
No. He knows the titles of the paintings destroyed yesterday.
You see, we didn't release details to the media.
I think you should stall.
Well, there's going to be a phone call in, well, just about now. Codename Dada.
How apt.
Sorry?
Dada, a movement who wanted to demolish art.
Oh, yes.
Buying him off might not be the best idea.
Well, what else could he possibly want?
Control. The power he exerts through his threat to the pictures.
So what happens if another masterwork drips down the wall?
We must act. My company has lost millions already.
I still think...
Look, do you know who he is? Where he can be found?
Not yet.
Right. If Dada will guarantee no further destruction, we will pay what he demands.
It's only money, honey.
Hello? Yes? Listen, if we pay the ransom demand, you must guarantee that there will be no further outrages. Noon. Cash. Tomorrow, yeah. Who? Hello? He hung up. He'll phone again tomorrow with instructions and confirmation.
Did he make threats?
No. But there was one other request. That the ransom delivery should be made by Dr. Cornelius. Alone.
JC, you're not going to meet this Dada person.
Cornelius?
Yes.
Get in. £2.60, please.
I wasn't expecting a cab. I haven't got any...
No checks. £50, I can't change that.
Well, how much change have you got?
£5, all I got.
All right, £5 will have to do.
Yeah.
Who ordered this cab?
Mr. Dada.
Did he say where we were going?
Yeah, Farley Industrial Estate. You know it?
No. Is it very far?
Mile or two.
Will a £5 cover it?
Yeah, £5 be about right.
Good. Oh, if we pass a phone, will you stop?
Round here? Hey, you're a funny man.
Oh, yeah. See what you mean.
Dr. Cornelius?
JC call, it's been ages.
Ransom delivery could be miles away. In another town.
He's in danger, I know he is.
Welcome to your new home, Doctor. You're going to be here for some time. Just so long as you provide amusement for your jailer.
Who are you?
Who am I? What a wonderful question. Who am I? Yes, let's make that the object of our little game, shall we?
Game? Game?
Oh, come now, Doctor. I trust that little tap on the skull has not addled your wits. I expect rapier-like riposts of intellect, insight, acumen as befits the mighty stature of one who deigns to teach the lesser mortals.
Do you think, the light...
Oh, yes. Forgive me. You want to explore your new world? Yes. See you later, Doctor.
Hey! You! Whoever you are!
Too late this morning, Miss Valentine.
Sorry?
Our parking space. I mean, my parking space.
Yes, you have it.
Oh, thank you. Most kind.
Here, any sign of your boyfriend?
I've no wish to discuss the matter with you, Mr. Brunton.
University egghead tech snatched in art ransom payoff?
My father employs people like you to shred paper, not to write on it. Please, take yourself off.
The liquidator's got him, hasn't he?
Will you leave me alone, please?
Everything all right, is it?
Mr. Brunton was just departing.
That seems a bloody good idea.
JC, Dr. Cornelius has gone missing.
Oh, he often does, I shouldn't worry. On the case, is he?
Yes.
A successful conclusion will be reached, I'm sure. Not to worry, he'll turn up. Look, if there is a problem, do let me know if I can help. After all, we've a vested interest in his safety and success.
Yes, thank you.
Borrow a couple of his students.
Perhaps I will.
Good experience for them. Sort of field work for them. Anyway, look, I must pop along. Hey, cheer up.
I will when I find him.
Good.
So come on. Who am I, man?
You're the second minicab driver.
Congratulations, brother. How's the head? A little clearer, huh? No. Who is it behind the mask, huh? Who is it hates your guts, Doctor? Who is it wants you dead?
There are plenty of those. I've solved a lot of crimes. Many of those apprehended might wish me harm.
No, you did not apprehend me, Doctor. Quite the reverse. You did not send me to prison. To the land of Nod, yes. But I was not incarcerated, no. No, my friend. It is you who are in prison, and I am your inquisitor. My patience is infinite. But unless you get closer much quicker, I'm going to have to apply a little pressure to concentrate that mighty mind of yours. So come on, my friend. Think. Who am I? What is my name?
Kidnap. Dada, all art is dead. Or part viewer's eye cannot identify the whole. Circles, black and white. Minstrels. Your mind, JC. Your mind.
So, we know each other from the past. Something I've done that you resent, huh?
Oh, devil! Right!
Something you consider worthy of revenge.
Oh, right, mate. What you done to me means you're going to get paid back in bleeding spades.
Well, what was it? A case? Criminal investigation?
Not necessarily, though they could be connected.
I would have known who you were. I would have recognized your voice.
Maybe you would.
Maybe you wouldn't. There has to be some reason for these disguises. You don't want me to know who you are. You don't want me to remember. That's the thrill. That's the kick for you. This hidden sense of superiority.
Oh, I'm not disappointed in you. I really am. You ain't got the mind of an eminist. All right. Want to see what I look like, eh? Would that restore your sense of superiority, Doctor? Okay. Look, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll switch the lights out, right? And let you give me the once-over.
How's that, young man? No good? Oh, you young people today are so lazy. I'm going to have to shake up that idle mind. Stir up those psychological thoughts you're so very fond of. And don't waste these next few hours. They may be your last.
He said borrow a couple of students.
Like books out of a library.
Miss Littlejohn, can I please see Griff right away?
Professor Griffiths is not here at present. He is in a finance meeting. And I must say it sounds most unlike him to make such an offer to you.
There's money in it for him. For you, the whole department.
I cannot be bribed, Miss Valentine. When he contacts me, I'll mention it.
This is life and death. I have to find Dr. Cornelius. I need help.
I will pass on your request to Professor Griffiths in due course.
Oh, that can't be the best you can do.
Hello? Ah, Professor Griffiths, I wonder if you...
Listen, Griff, can you tell Miss Keeper of the Kingdom to let me have those 2 students you offered? Yes. Right away. Do have a telephone, Miss Littlejohn?
And don't you stare up my skirt, young man.
Why, is there a name tag in your wife front?
Oh. You cheeky monkey. No, nothing so obvious. So, any ideas? Any thoughts on, say, victimology?
Oh, the study of the relationship between the victim and the criminal, and their role as a potential causal factor in the crime.
Yes, good boy. That's the idea. But what you have to consider here is who is the victim and who is the criminal.
Well, that's so obvious as to be almost contradictory.
Yes. Look, I'm getting a little restless, a trifle bored here. So what I'm going to do is give you a teensy-weensy little thrill. There. Aren't I a clever old thing? I've set this explosive to an audio detonator. 12 hours from now, it will explode, unless you shout the correct name at it. Bill Smith is no good. Only my name will stop it from going boom at noon tomorrow. Look at the time. Well, goodbye, Doctor. I must go and collect my pension.
Kazan. Turandot. Rumpelstiltskin.
JC? Oh. Hello.
Hi.
Fancy dress.
Come dancing party. We were asked to help you.
Oh.
Dr. Cornelius, is he back yet?
No. There's nothing. No news.
Sam Jones. Vernon Jones. Walter Jones? William Jones? Will Jones?
Report lists resins, high polymers, preservatives. I hadn't noticed that. Preservatives.
I wonder if the law checked out the labs that went bust.
Or if they examined the possibilities of preservatives. First thing tomorrow, we'll start to check out companies, manufacturers, anything we can. It's been 2 days now. JC must be in trouble.
Land of Nod. The Bible. Cain slew his brother Abel and went to dwell in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Eden. Paradise. Exile. Mind of a mnemonist. It's a book. A book I used to teach from in class. Women. Sent out of my class into exile. There was a disturbed student. Yes. John. I used to teach him. That's him. That's the student who freaked out in my lecture on sadism. Now, what's his name? What's his name? Jackson. Jackson. Judson. Jetson.
I've checked as far as I can by phone. Well, Tim?
Nothing really, I'm afraid. A couple of half leads. There's a company called Lithichem that went bust 8 months ago.
I called the job centre. They say Mr. Lithgow is working again. Where?
Anyone you fancy?
I don't know. They're all so sweet.
Sweet. They're desperate. In a few hours from now, they'll be dead meat. They sense the Grim Reaper, don't you, Spider?
Why?
We've got the Christmas crop coming in. Presents of puppies their new owners didn't want to keep.
Oh, no, that's dreadful.
So this lot, the resident rejects, have a one-way ticket for the big kennel in the sky.
You're very fond of them.
Why not take a pet? Good for the image. You with a Heinz 57, nice contrast, you know?
Well, you're the one I really wanted to see, Mr. Lithgow.
You want to take me home?
I haven't room, I'm afraid. You used to own a business.
Are you from the tax?
Certainly not.
Well, OK. Yes, I did own Lithochem. Here you are. The beginning and end of my business empire.
What happened? The recession?
Animal protesters. My last venture was testing cosmetics on animals, humanely. The protesters broke into my lab, set free all the stock, wrote murderers all over the place, gloss paint red.
I'm sorry.
So, now I look after these. Maybe those protesters should have rescued these poor mutts. Then I wouldn't have to take them for their final walk.
I'm so sorry.
That's life, isn't it?
I wonder whether you might have worked on or developed a product that used these elements.
Most products, paint, lacquer, have these constituents.
Nothing familiar?
Too familiar.
Why?
Well, before the animal experiments, we developed a new product. Everstay preservative, like a clear varnish. A way of film formation that would preserve paint forevermore. Evermore. 3 days.
What do you mean?
Well, after 3 days, the process became unstable, ate up the thing it was supposed to protect, turned paint into jelly.
What happened to this, this...
Everstay preservative?
Yes.
It was dumped, destroyed.
By you?
Some of it. The rest by a chap who was helping me out at the time.
Mr. Lithgow.
What?
Who was the chap, and where was your laboratory?
Why do you want to know?
It's very urgent.
You want the address?
Yes. Yes.
Interesting, eh, Spider?
Mr. Lithgow, I'm desperate to find the man I love. He might be held prisoner at your old premises.
So, you want something from me? And I'd like something from you. The perfect arrangement for the discussion of terms.
Terms? Well, you want money?
No, not exactly.
I'll give anything. Do anything to have that address.
Anything?
Yes.
Joshua. Fred.
Jesse!
Oh, I've almost got it.
What have you got?
A name. His name. The name that will stop that.
Stop what?
That bomb.
Bomb!
Bloody hell!
Keys there. Fred. Jed! Through it! Ah!
What the hell is going on?
Quick, let's get out of here. Jed threw it. He was a student of mine. I had to get him thrown out.
Why?
Because he's a psychopath!
he's also a liar.
John, there's been another ransom demand with instructions to meet a minicab.
Oh, he's following the same plan. Obsessive psychopaths always do. There'll be 2 cabs and a disused industrial site.
There's another condition made. This time, Dada says that it has to be Samantha who delivers the second $500,000.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
What reason did he give?
Said he wanted to let her know where her boyfriend was.
Fruin expects me to be in scattered bits by now.
How lovely.
I had to get rid of him from the university. The syllabus I was teaching would have made his condition worse.
That's why he hates you, JC.
Now he wants to share his triumph with you. He's an obsessive. First me, now you.
I'll go.
No, you won't.
We can't let him get away.
All right. But I don't want you out of my sight for one moment.
That'll be a novel sensation. I can hardly wait.
No, it's not Fruin.
They've gone.
Right, let's go.
Give me the car keys. Where are the car keys?
Oh, my God, Samantha's gone off with them.
What are we going to do?
Hotwire the car. Quick, open the bonnet.
Now what?
I don't know.
Oh, come on!
Cross a couple of wires or something. Look after the car.
John!
Are there any disused factories or industrial sites nearby?
Aye, a few dozen.
Can you take me to the nearest?
Get in.
Trouble, love?
The car won't start. No keys.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
You Samantha?
I am.
Your cab?
Yes.
Get in.
Oh, dear. What are you doing here? You're going to spoil everything.
It's for me. That's enough, Miss Icy Drawers. Let's take a short walk, shall we, eh?
What is this? What are you doing?
40-foot grave, Miss Valentine. Your boyfriend, Dr. Cornelius, is scattered to the four winds. You're so overcome at the news that you decide to step over the edge. Move.
Excuse me, you're still going to be wanting the cab because waiting's gone up to 17 quid.
Cornelius.
Your role as the newspaper reporter was very good. Old Mother Riley not quite so good. The West Indian cab driver left a lot to be desired. All in all, you failed your degree in false pretenses, Jed Fruin. Why don't you take off your disguise?
Why not?
Fruin had kept back some Everstay preservative. He'd seduce women gallery attendants like Meriol in order to gain access to the galleries. He'd spray the paintings, then wait for Meltdown to take place 3 days later.
You worked that out for yourself? Impressive.
Oh, I followed your devious thoughts. Still down to you, JC.
Finding the Lithochem lab, that was your initiative.
Yeah, well, let's not go into the whys and wherefores of Mr. Lithgow. Not yet.
Lithgow.
Oh, leave it alone, JC. You're like a dog with a bone.
I wonder what he's doing for a job nowadays.
Caring for animals. He looks after their welfare. You see, when I met Mr. Lithgow, he wouldn't tell me what I needed to know, so we had to, negotiate.
With what? What for?
Darling heart, I needed his information to find you.
Money change hands?
No, not money.
No.
My body? Certainly not. However, as president of the Canine Defence League...
No, Samantha!
Welcome home, JC.
Hungry, Sam.
Why? Well, I need to be. You see, I can't find those lecture notes anywhere.
Right, there we are. Sausages, eggs, fried bread, bacon. Oh. Well, that'll set you up for the day. What do you think?
A work of art, JC.
Thank you.
I don't think the varnish is quite dry.
We interrupt this record to
Wait.
bring you a local news item.
Hang on a second.
Early this morning, a murder was committed at the headquarters of the Empire Steam Preservation Railway. A body, as yet unidentified, was found sprawled across a model of the scenic railway. The woman had been strangled with a knotted rope.
Which should be used to hang the miscreant when they catch him. Caroline, my dear, are you really expecting your father to appear in court in yesterday's shirt? Yeah, I know. You've been too busy. Things will change around here when I marry again. This time a wife who knows her place. Yes? Radio? Oh, why me? How very flattering. Tell Mottram to get the car ready.
But, Father, I'm due at the university.
Yes?
Morning, ma'am.
Still no idea who she is?
No, Chief.
Jane. It's Jane Arkwright.
What?
Any leads?
No.
Come on, Inspector. I can think of a certain gentleman who would benefit from her silence.
Judge Rawcliffe.
Damn.
Sir, what? About 12 years ago, the judge's wife hanged herself. Driven to it, more like. Dr. Arkwright thought the judge wasn't all there. Said so at the inquest. He got off, of course, the old boy network.
Yes, but why would he act now?
Jane and the therapist Helen Back was studying new evidence about the Judge Rawcliffe case.
To John Cornelius, University Psychology Department.
What are you doing?
But, man...
Take it to him and find out what's in it. And see what he has to say about it. Is there a problem, Inspector?
No, ma'am. Cornelius, that's all we need.
Yes, I thought I would differentiate between the controlled release of emotion...
You're
and...
the guest, Cornelius. Whatever you talk on, it'll be much appreciated by all of us.
How's Samantha doing?
She'll make a damn good therapist. Seems to have licked you into shape anyway.
Oh, please, Helen. I am perfectly all right the way I am.
There is no such thing as a perfect man, Cornelius. You ask any woman.
Puts me in my place.
Hi, Caroline. Thanks, Miss Littlejohn. And are we late? Oh, it's plenty of time.
Our guest this morning is local celebrity Judge Rawcliffe.
Oh, listen.
Who was probably best known for his forthright opinions about sentencing.
Marvellous man. Take someone like your father to put the country to rights.
Your Lordship, thank you for coming in this morning. As everyone knows, a brutal act took place early today, the so-called Empire Railway murder. May I ask you, sir, what was your response to the news?
The same as everyone else's. Outrage, disgust, and a fear that when the murderer is apprehended, he'll be released one day to commit more such crimes.
So you feel that rehabilitation...
Rehabilitation? What's that? In practice. Psychologists thinking up cosy options for convicts. Sport and colour television. Fun and games. Sex and woodwork.
But surely, sir, isn't rehabilitation designed to help criminals fit better into society after they're released?
What? So that we can no longer spot them? So that they may continue their antisocial activities more successfully, undercover? No. Society does not want them back. We want rid of them.
But, Your Lordship, the victim was one of these reforming psychologists. I should have thought...
Try not to think.
Thank you. And now, sir, your request. Here's Sandy Shaw singing Puppet on a String.
Actually, we ought to be on our way soon.
Oh, dear. I'm not sure I'm really up to this counselling course.
Oh, we'll get through it together. Can I see?
Sure. Touch the picture. It's for my father. A wedding present.
Oh, it's wonderful. What goes there?
I haven't got a picture to work from yet. I haven't met her.
You haven't met her yet? Goodness. Has the judge got any other secrets?
I thought I told you to dig the borders. Get on with it, man.
I'm sure you'll all join me in welcoming our guest speaker, Dr. John Cornelius of the Psychology Department.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to address Helen Bark's therapy class. Right, now, I wonder if you can tell me what this reminds you of. Yes, that's absolutely right.
Disgusting.
It's a happy person. A happy and a relaxed person. Now, let's see what happens when this person comes under stress. Helen, could you blow that up for me?
Yes, John.
Thank you. What we will observe is a tensing up. The emotional level coming under pressure. Thank you. Now, your job as therapists is to take this stressed individual and help them to release these emotions. Slowly and gently and under control. And most important of all, safely. Now, let's take another stressed individual where the pressure has not been released but continues, and observe their behavior. It becomes stretched and distorted, resulting in an explosion. A total loss of control.
Dr. Cornelius, what happens if the person is so strong-willed that he won't pop?
Now, that is a very good question. And the simple answer is, if there is no release, and you can often see this in public figures who feel that they have to put on a brave face, the only way of escaping or coping with the stress is to retreat into a dangerous world of fantasy.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached your verdict?
Yes, my lord, we have.
And how do you find the accused? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, my lord.
Silence in court. You have been found guilty of murder, as charged. Have you anything to say before I pronounce sentence?
I didn't do it. I throw myself upon the mercy of the court.
The sentence of the court upon you is that you be taken from here to a place of execution, and that you be hanged by the neck until you be dead. Lord have mercy upon your soul.
No!
Take her down.
Oh, Inspector, I didn't know you were interested in psychology.
Well, you never know. Could be useful, even in the real world. There was just one thing. Why is a fantasist's imaginary world sometimes so dangerous? I mean, surely, if they live inside their own heads...
They don't. Well, that's a problem. Fantasy isn't enough, and so from time to time, they need to act it out for real.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I've got this little message for you.
Oh. What's this, Inspector? You moonlighting for the post office?
Well?
Letter's a kind of clue, ma'am. Jane Arkwright on Tuesday morning at the Empire Steam Preservation Headquarters with a knotted rope. Help me. I didn't want to do it.
What does it mean? Help me.
A fantasist whose inner emotions are crying out for help. Well, that's what Cornelius reckons.
Anything else?
He suggested we see if the murderer has left any other clues lying around. Personally, ma'am, I think it's a waste of time.
Right. Get that railway place checked again. 3 of us testified against the judge, Inspector. Jane's dead, leaving myself and Helen back.
Right. Come on, Gummer. Let's catch the judge while he's still high from that radio interview. He'll be talkative and off guard. Ah, that's psychology for you. Morning, sir.
Good morning, Inspector.
Heard you on the radio, sir.
And you want my autograph?
Good Lord, no, sir. No, I was just wondering if you knew anything about model railways, sir.
No. I'm a judge, actually, Inspector. Do I look like the proprietor of a model railway shop?
If I was to say mail hoppers that swing round automatically and drop packages into mail trains, if I was to say that, sir, what would you think?
I'd think that you were wasting my time, Inspector. Now, excuse me, I have work to do.
Yes, I remember Jane talking about a case. A dangerous, manipulating bully capable of anything if threatened.
Yes, and she was right. If it is the judge, why would he address this note to you personally?
Oh, my formidable reputation, perhaps?
Well, whatever.
One thing's for certain. He's decided to take us on.
And so, as reparation for this heinous crime, and for the protection of society, I hereby sentence you to 10 years imprisonment, which is the maximum penalty I am permitted to impose. But believe me, if it were possible to incarcerate you for longer, I most certainly would. Take her down.
Court will rise.
Right. What's all this nonsense about my daughter? Do you think she's unstable or something?
Well, we have to check the backgrounds of all prospective therapists.
Recording devices. That one is a wax cylinder recorder, 1905. You speak into the horn, and a stylus cuts an oscillating groove in a blank cylinder. That one next to you is a wire recorder. It records onto narrow gauge wire.
Wire?
Magnetically. Just like a tape recorder. I like to record things. 10 years imprisonment. Real things. Truth. Like the confessions of murderers. Do I detect disquiet, Dr. Cornelius? What, pray, is wrong with a man who collects confessions? But, of course, that's what you're here to find out, isn't it?
I'm sorry, sir?
The Empire Railway murder. I have been linked with it. My opinion of Miss Jane Arkwright was well known to the police. And since Plod 1 and Plod 2 failed to entrap me, I suppose it's bring on the shrinks now, huh?
Was it as obvious as all that?
To me it was. You see, Dr. Cornelius, all you academics and do-gooding interferers don't know the first thing about the real world. I do. I sit in judgment of it, day after day after day.
When the weather is fine, and you know it's a sign for messing about on the river.
Oh, he's a real bully, possibly psychopathic. Jane was absolutely right. He knows we suspect him, but he couldn't care less. The difference between a neurotic and a psychopath is that
The neurotic says 2 + 2 = 4 and worries about it, but the psychopath says 2 + 2 = 5 and doesn't give a damn.
Very good. But in this case, he couldn't care if it added up to 35.
So, what you gonna do?
Well, test him properly, I suppose.
I'd never let you.
What, me? Who could refuse an interview with John Cornelius?
JC, you're walking on water again.
Glass fiber. Just messing.
Yes, hello. John Cornelius speaking. Ah, yes. Good. Uh-huh.
He's asked me for an interview. Why do you seem so surprised at my request, Dr. Cornelius? I should consider it an honor to be tested by a man of your standing in the world of psychology. If anyone can clear my name, you can. Would Thursday suit you? Till then, Doctor. Those shirts?
Would it be all right to wash them tomorrow, Father? It's my half day.
Only if it's not too much trouble, Caroline. I should hate you to miss your therapy nonsense for the likes of me, though I am becoming a little weary of your absences. Anyway, things will change.
Officer.
Dr. Cornelius, someone looking for you.
John Cornelius, Department of Psychology. You got my message. Why didn't you stop me while you had the chance? You got my message.
The only other thing you left, sir, was a knotted rope.
Yes, John, look, these are the distances between the knots. And when we run the stats, see that scattergram, look, we get a positive correlation.
I still don't understand, Stuart.
Or they're arranged in unit-based formation.
What does that mean?
Well, they form a code of some kind. But heaven knows what.
Inspector, look, one's been removed. That's interesting.
Yes. Yes, it's unusual to see an O-gauge system these days.
That's not quite what I meant, sir. Well, surely this links in with the first murder.
Inspector?
The judge has done a beautiful job with that railway in there, miss.
No, it belongs to Mottram, the gardener.
Oh. Oh, thank you, miss. When are you expecting his honour back, then?
Not for some time, Inspector. Why, is there a problem?
No. Terrible business, isn't it, miss?
I know. Not even a washing line's safe these days. Though heaven only knows why someone would want to steal one.
I think he means get knotted.
No, thank you, Owen. I can always rely on the head of department for a little enlightenment.
Actually, all you need is one correlated element to decode it.
Sorry? I think what Robo-Prof here is trying to say is that if we crack just one letter of the code, the computer can do the rest.
Correct.
Caroline?
Don't worry, the spikes are retractable.
What is this place?
Father's dark secret. Just one of the many fascinating exhibits in his Museum of Judicial Death.
I don't believe it.
There's written confessions, see? Those parchments date back to the Norman Conquest. And recorded ones. Tape, film, you name it. Gary Gilmore's confession. Father tried to buy the rifles, but a High Court judge beat him to it. Which brings us to his other interest, the means of execution. A scaffold.
Every home should have one.
He's even got a guillotine. Cuts his cigars with it. Quipu. It was a form of writing used by the Incas.
Yes. Yes, I've seen one at the museum in Peru. The messages in the knots and their positions. What's it got to do with execution?
High priests found guilty of murder would be strangled with their own confessions.
And he said, my boiler flue tube doesn't have a vacuum ejector pipe.
Evening, Morris. Evening, all.
Evening, Inspector. Sergeant.
Good evening.
Sorry to intrude, gentlemen, but do you have a member by the name of Andy Mottram? Well, can you tell me something about him?
Does anybody know anything? Nothing. There's nothing we can tell you.
Oh, dear. It's a Bear Peacock Loco. Lovely engine, but a beast round corners.
Yeah. It's the split pin in the bogie.
Have you ever tried a tapper?
Tapper? You know he's right.
Well, what'd you say, lads?
All right, Inspector. But don't tell him we said anything. Lost his temper with Tom once and bit the boiler grommet off his Pullman.
You have our word, sir.
Well, for starters...
Yeah, Morris. You won't find out. I promise.
Andy Mottram's not his real name. It's Andy Peterson.
Good heavens. Mr. Punch, plus grey beard.
That's the one, Inspector.
Thank you, Morris. Peterson. Very brave, as long as he's hurting women. The judge sorted him out, and for once no one kicked up a fuss.
So he comes back in disguise and makes the judge look like a murderer. Don't get mad, get even.
Hola, Museo de Lima? Se ha transmitido perfectamente. Muchas gracias. Hasta luego.
This isn't it, Sam. Look, what we have is one long rope. And these keepers are a series of small strings.
Double knots spaced equally down the rope. Perhaps they represent the ends of each of the strings.
What are you doing, Samantha? That's evidence.
Oh, phooey. Try the letter C for two identical knots next to each other.
C. Execute. Yes. A positive correlation.
I don't believe it.
Woman, chief. Tuesday, darkness. House. Stone slab.
Don't touch, John.
Rather a good likeness, JC.
Not my best side, though.
But still no further with the flagstone. We've tried magnetic interference, spectroscopy, X-ray.
And still nothing. Is this the clue to the next murder? Like the rope?
What about those scratches down the edges?
Forensic think it's where the flagstone was in a mould.
Dr. Cornelius, Judge Rawcliffe is here.
Oh. Don't worry, I've got things to do.
Could you show him to the observation room, Miss Littlejohn? Thank you. Right. Let's go.
Fascinating. I wonder what it's supposed to test.
Can you tell me what you see, sir?
Oh, I apologize. I do so want to get things right. Well, basically, I see black ink blots on some white paper. Any good?
Do you see an image? Picture?
Oh, it's so long since I played party games. Such fun. What sort of image am I likely to see, Doctor?
Oh, I don't know. Anything that comes into your mind's eye. A dead body, perhaps? Well, actually, it's not for me to suggest things.
Oh, but you have, and I'm so grateful to you. Yes, it's definitely a dead body. I wonder why you thought of that, Dr. Cornelius. Nothing on your mind, I hope.
Excuse me, I won't be a moment, sir.
Just checking that the rack is in full working order, are you? Or is the branding irons next?
What do you mean,
The judge is leading him a merry old dance. Other old-fashioned techniques, don't you think, Cornelius? Ink blots went out with the arc.
I'm not interested in the result, Owen. I just want to see what happens when he comes under stress. Trust me.
But does he really look like the sort of person who'd leave clues?
Oh, the higher the risk, the greater the thrill. Harder the clues, the higher the score against us. Right, ding ding, round 2.
Well, you keep him here as long as you like, JC. I'm sneaking Caroline out for an evening of unrestrained pleasure.
But I'm busy.
I know.
Would you mind participating in an attitude test, sir?
By all means, Doctor.
Have you ever felt the desire to kill someone?
No.
Do you like large social gatherings?
Sociability. I think this one should be yes. How am I doing?
Do you ever feel invisible at public gatherings?
Others may think they can see through me, Dr. Cornelius, but I've never had those delusions.
Would you like to watch mud wrestling?
Would I like to watch mud wrestling? Well, if you can find any mud that likes wrestling, yes, I'd be most interested to watch it.
No, sir. Women in swimsuits wrestling in mud.
Oh, really, Dr. Cornelius, you do think of some bizarre things, just as well the rest of us don't.
He's playing with you, Cornelius.
Oh, really? The test, it's called a personality inventory. It's meant to show whether the person's psychopathic, psychotic, neurotic, or stable.
What's he?
He's perfectly balanced.
Oh, but he knew how to answer the questions.
I know. That's why the test has a lie detector built into it. Some of the questions are designed to show whether the person's fudging the results or not.
And was he?
Watch.
Do you think there's ever an excuse for killing people on a massive scale?
Actually, yes.
Really?
I think we should go into the prisons, take out all the riffraff who've raped, murdered, and attacked other law-abiding people, take out the vandals, the drunkards, and the troublemakers, round them up, and hang the lot of them. Just a little joke, Dr. Cornelius, to dispel the image the media have given me, the humorless hanging judge. Thanks to you and your wonderful tests, we can show them how wrong they are.
Well, are they wrong?
Oh, far from it. Look, body language. Hands are clenched, body's turned sideways on, legs are crossed. On the outside he looks perfectly at ease, but the inside always it shows itself. Believe you me, Inspector, he's suffering.
Well, thank you, Doctor. I'll expect your formal report this evening.
Yes, of course.
So why did your mother stay?
Couldn't live with him. Couldn't live without him. Like me, I suppose. Sam, you don't think he could have... Enough of all this. Let's crack open a bottle of bubbly and get...
As high as kites.
Even higher. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Oh, well, never mind. Carry on. Sam, I haven't had this much fun in years.
Exactly conclusive, is it? OK, so he was a fantasist.
A sadistic one.
Yeah, but it's not a criminal offence. So far, we have no proof. It's all theory.
Got the keep who wrote. His washing line.
Suspicion means nothing. It's just as likely that the gardener was framing him.
No, he's not intelligent enough for that.
Well, so you keep saying.
Yeah, it's more likely that the judge was making it appear that the gardener was framing him.
Now, that's an interesting thought.
What could I say to her? Do you think it's him?
I honestly couldn't say, but I'll find out. That's it. That's how we'll flush him out. Do you know, Sam, I have a feeling that our murderer's rather like this little fellow.
Well, that makes it easier. We should spot him a mile off.
On the outside, his cold, armoured exterior is capable of anything. But on the inside, soft, emotional, feeling guilty, desperately wanting to be stopped and punished. But how?
By leaving clues at the scene of the crime.
Exactly. He's challenging us. All we have to do is turn the tables and challenge him. Two possible ways. We can mock his intellect until he cracks.
And the other way?
We indulge his emotions. We show him kindness, understanding, a sympathetic ear. Eventually, his soft interior, his guilt will be so roused that it'll explode and he'll tell us everything.
So we either mock him until he gives himself away, or be nice to him till he gives himself up.
Exactly.
Which is quicker?
Challenging his intellect. But...
What?
By mocking him like that, you could make him commit greater crimes just to prove himself.
We can't do that.
And the other way, being kind to him.
Slower.
But safer.
Right. Well, we haven't any choice then.
How nice to see a policeman with feelings for once.
Thank you, Miss Valentine. Right, Gummer? Let's smash him!
But, Doctor, why do you think he's not as bright as he seems to be?
The clues are childish. A feeble attempt at looking intelligent by a rather pathetic person. A rather pathetic murderer, unfortunately.
Terrific stuff. You should take this up full time, Doctor. Oh, thanks for coming in. I know you're in a rush.
Simon, when do you think it will go out?
Round about 6 o'clock. Bye.
Bye.
Well, if that doesn't annoy him, nothing will.
Annoy him? We've got a serial killer on the loose, and the plan is to annoy him. Sheer macho lunacy.
What else was in his museum, Sam?
Oh, no, JC. Don't even think about it.
It's no good. I can't take it anymore. I'll tell you. Just don't ask me any more questions.
Blast. Yes? What do you want? Miss Littlejohn, never heard of you. Oh, right. What's that?
I'm afraid Caroline's not at all well. Could you possibly come and pick her up? Thank you so much, Judge Rawcliffe. We'll see you soon.
Mottram, come here. Go and fetch Miss Caroline from the university. She's not well. Now, put that down and get on with it. Take her down.
Liberté! Égalité! Fraternité!
What's this bloody thing supposed to be?
I think it's a tie.
Technology. Whatever happened to telegrams in the post office? Samantha? Samantha?
I now declare this fax machine open. Oh, if you'd like to feed in those instructions without removing the rest of your clothes.
Hang on. Ogham script. A language code used in 4th century Ireland, formed by carving grooves along the edges of stones. A person found guilty of murder would carve his confession on a slab before having his head crushed with it. Bloody good idea. Right, Daniels. 3 grooves to the back, that's the letter T.
Right. Let's execute.
Do you have to keep saying that? It's working, Cornelius. Each group of scratches is definitely a letter. Right. Here's the message.
What? Any luck?
Yes, of a sort. The message on the flagstone reads, "The last train to Helen back with a garrote." Last train to Helen back.
What's Helen Back got to do with it?
No, not Helen back. Helen... Oh, Samantha, that's it. Helen Back was Rosie Rawcliffe's best friend.
With a garrote?
Miss Littlejohn wouldn't play a trick on your father.
Hello.
Evening, Cornelius. We were just admiring your article in the paper. Shrink, big-headed murderer. Nice photo.
It's better than the likeness I took.
Helen, if I ask you a rather bizarre question, would you mind?
So what's new?
If I said, "The last train to Helen back," would that mean anything to you?
My husband is a joke. He works Fridays on the Empire Railway, and I always collect him after the last train. The last train to Helen back. In fact, heavens, is that the time?
It's tonight. We forced him into it.
Sorry, we'll need a decoy.
Not you, Sam. If the worst comes to the worst, I'll put on Helen's clothes. Come on.
Well, what about the police?
Bring them from the car. Come on.
I'm sorry.
come.
Davy, look out!
Who in their right mind would try to murder someone with a garrote that doesn't garrote?
True. Isn't there usually a message on the murder weapon?
Samantha, you're right. Quick! Judge's chambers.
Sam, I'm not feeling very well. Can you take me home?
Oh, yes, of course.
It's all right. I'll make my own way.
Is there something wrong with this machine?
Idiot, you're playing it at the wrong speed.
Help me. Samantha's next. In the museum with a silver bullet.
It's my daughter.
And so you decided to frame him by killing people he was known to despise.
People who should have helped my mother when she was in distress. I recognized him. He wanted revenge. Wanted my father to suffer in prison, so he was only too happy to help. And I suppose everything was going well, until you came along.
Me?
You showed me kindness, approval, the things I'd wanted all my life. I felt I was going to burst, like champagne from a bottle.
But why did you wait till now, after all these years?
He was going to marry again. I couldn't bear the thought of his cruelty starting all over.
You little fool. It was a ploy. There is no fiancé. I just wanted you to be more attentive to me.
What? You mean this has all been...
Totally unnecessary. Do you know what you've done? This could ruin my career. The scandal...
Shut up.
Caroline. Come on. Give me the gun.
No, don't touch me. Don't come near me.
If you value your life, say something kind to her.
Caroline. I know you must telephone the police. There's a phone in the kitchen. Just leave us alone. Please.
Yes.
Of course. So, the wire recording led us to her.
Just as I suspected. Where are they now?
We've left them for a moment. Well, it may be their last chance to be alone together. Yes. Goodbye.
What's the matter?
You don't think he could revert, do you?
Oh, he wouldn't. He couldn't. Could he?
So I left the message on the garrote. I knew Dr. Cornelius would... What are you doing? You're recording this, aren't you? For your collection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached your verdict?
Yes, my lord, we have.
And how do you find the accused? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Silence in court. Caroline Rawcliffe, you have been found guilty of murder as charged. Have you anything to say before I pronounce sentence? sentence of the court upon you is that you be taken from here to a place of execution, and that you be hanged by the neck until you be dead. And may the Lord have mercy upon your soul.
Rawcliffe! Stop!
Oh, it's sweet. The Empire Railway Ball. RSVP. Ah, now you're on the right track.
Just softening you up for the sucker punch.
Sounds interesting.
I've got a riddle, a conundrum for you.
Conundrum?
For the woman who solved the riddle of a 600-year-old Inca rope, a 1,500-year-old Irish stone, it's a mere bagatelle. The final riddle, more ancient than those. It's a code based on touch.
Braille?
When I say ancient, I mean prehistoric. It's a communication as old as man and woman.
Oh, that old one.
Well, couldn't we give it a new lease of life?
Just don't.
God alive.
Ho, ho, ho.
pretending. I know what you've been doing.
Cadogan here. What? You found what? Is this some kind of joke? Oh, Jesus H. Christ.
No. Father Bloody Christmas.
Right, thank you.
It's a common enough mistake, but no, he's my twin brother. I'm Jacob, as in the black sheep, sometimes known as penalty clause. It's a family joke.
Indeed. Well, tell me then, Mr.
Jake will do fine.
Jake, yes. Tell me about skeletons.
Well, there's not much to tell, really, is there?
Good. Then I can get back to bed again, can I?
Carol singers. Don't you hate them? There comes a moment when it's time for shepherds to stop watching their flocks by night.
Those are the remains of two carol singers, are they?
Yeah.
What happened?
I shot him.
How?
Through the top of the head.
Where?
Outside my house, up on the roof. I was practising. I sometimes give my brother a hand, you know.
When did all this take place?
A few years ago, Christmas time. I can't quite remember the year.
And you've kept the bodies hidden ever since, have you?
Yeah.
Where? In the cupboard?
No, up the chimney.
Oh, up the chimney?
I thought as much. Your lot never believed in my brother. So what hope have I got, eh?
No.
No?
No.
Is that no as in no, 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 or just as in no?
No, as in, I would rather cut my leg off with a lawnmower. No.
Oh, please, pretty please, come on.
No! No!
Spoil sport. If you're doing a study on women's intuition, then who could possibly be a better subject to study than me?
Oh, about the entire female population of London, New York, Tokyo, Amsterdam, Herzegovina. Oh.
Enough. I think you're being unfair, unreasonable, unkind, and unlikely to ever get a dinner invitation from me ever again.
If I could use you, I would use you. But answer me one question. Do you consider yourself to be a normal representative of the human race?
That's a trick question.
It is not.
Still no idea who he is?
No, sir.
Who are these elves he keeps talking about?
Apparently they work in the grotto.
And he now claims they made him do it.
He changed his story with a Windsor.
How on earth did the press get hold of it so fast?
Well, it wasn't one of our boys. Apparently he called them before he turned himself in.
They managed to get a picture.
Well, we thought it was a forensic expert.
No. Yes, well, you better check those bones again.
Yes, sir.
Well, apart from the obvious holes in the skull, there are a number of smaller ones drilled through just about every single bone, without doubt made after death, the cause of which is really impossible to tell. Can they be dated? Not yet. They are in good condition, but a lot depends on where they were found, conditions they were kept in.
Is there anything we can go on?
Well, I would need more time. But I would guess that they were both in their 50s. There's a lot of calcification on the ribs. Male and female? Yes. The female has been a mother. Another thing that might interest you is the teeth.
Oh, good. Yes, I thought that might be the best chance we'd have of identifying them.
Oh, not this time. Dental work is very basic. Last time I saw bridge work like that was in China.
Oh, great. Yin and bloody yang.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah?
We do have the remains of 3 people here.
3?
This does not belong to either of those.
The answer's still no.
Oh, I'm glad you're still considering it. Where are you going?
I had a workshop with vegetarian fetishists. I'm going to wash the bulgur and the tofu off my hands.
John, darling. I'm back with fresh durians and my new trapeze. Call me. Cornelius, Cornelius, wherefore art thou, Cornelius? Where are you?
Hello. I'm so sorry, but Dr. Cornelius can't come to the telephone right now. Not that the warts on his wingy wongle are all that debilitating, but the small burns caused by the laser treatment have gone septic, and the specialist recommended lying down to prevent further discharge. If you'd like to leave your name, address, and telephone number, it would help the local medical authorities in tracing all those who've been in contact with Dr. Cornelius during the last 6 months. Thank you.
Doctor, it's me. I'm only allowed to make one call, and this is it. I'm at Little Mulberry. They're giving me the 3rd degree, and I don't know if I can hold out for much longer. I'm sorry if I sound strange, but I've still got the electrodes on my tongue.
Give me that. Give me that! That's funny. 4 calls, only 1 message.
Who was that?
Oh, it's one of Dr. Gould's patients I'm tracking for a research paper.
Trouble?
I think I heard Cadogan in the background.
Tonight's football scores: England 0, South Georgia 4. And the main points of the news once again. The police are still baffled as to the identity of 2 skeletons handed in by a man claiming to be related to St. Nicholas. The Prime Minister...
Tusen tak for Martin, Dalma Pulsa.
Roger, there's no such thing as the Scandinavian Secret Service.
Isn't there?
No.
Pretty good cover, though, eh? Worked in '68 when MI6 dropped me into Prague. Well, till Imelda Marcos recognised me working in the heel bar. The KGB really know how to sweat a man. Not like this bunch of amateurs. 14 months I spent in the Lubyanka strapped to a polar bear with 3 legs, and I never even told them I took milk in my tea.
You're still working at the petrol pumps, right?
Yeah.
What? I didn't hear.
Yeah, 3 days a week.
Ah, then you could see Dr. Gould more often. Oh, cheer up, it's not as bad as all that. Bet you gave them a run for their money, hmm?
Yeah. Rupert Murdoch asked me to take charge of... Sorry.
So, Tuesdays then?
No, I can't. The CIA want me to... Yeah. Tuesday should be all right.
Pseudo what? Pseudologica fantastica. Basically a condition where people lie for no apparent reason or gain. Often, bigger the lie, bigger the kick.
Oh, now that may be difficult for some of you fellas to see as an illness and not as a prerequisite for a job.
Well, O-levels were good enough in my day.
Roger's condition stems from a total lack of self-esteem traceable to the day his boxing career was well ended. As a behavioural compensation, he's far happier assuming any other identity but his own.
Such as?
Oh, an expert of some sort, and sometimes he even transcends that, and he can become Marilyn Monroe's son, Hitler's hairdresser, Pope's wife.
Or Santa Claus's brother.
Exactly, yeah.
So, Roger is a pseudologue extraordinaire.
Yeah.
Do we know who's been treating this Roger Smith?
Yes, I've spoken to the man, and he assures me Roger is completely harmless.
I wish we could be so sure.
Hello, darling. I have had a beastly day, thanks to those beastly spies of yours who insist on following me everywhere.
They're not spies, darling heart. They're just there to make sure nobody comes to any harm.
You only need to explode out of that dress of yours and several innocent bystanders could...
Don't be ridiculous. You must trust me.
You, yes. Any man between 7 and 700, no.
Oh, that's silly.
No sillier than trusting a pyromaniac in a match factory.
He brought these in last night. I thought that would surprise you. Any more clever ideas?
Well, he didn't mention this to me.
Would you have believed him if he had?
Did he say where he found them?
No.
Well, the only thing you can charge Roger with is theft.
Theft?
These are display skeletons.
Yes, that's the conclusion I've come to. All the little holes are for wiring the bones together.
Oh, terrific.
Yes, these are probably from a surgery. Hospital ones tend not to be in such good condition, not after the physiotherapists have got hold of them.
So we can't even charge him with theft till someone reports them stolen?
Unless he coughs.
Oh, and I'm sure he will. He'll admit to anything. Great train robbery, sinking of the Belgrano.
Someone must be missing them.
And until they do, this goes beyond Roger's... well, perhaps not beyond Roger's wildest dreams. He'll milk it for all it's worth.
Must you? He'll be sick.
No, he won't.
Professor, you're one of the leading forensic scientists in the world. I understand, though, that the police are not pursuing these Santa skeletons as a murder inquiry.
Well, with all due respect to the police, that'll be up to me to decide once I've finished examining the remains.
Can you tell us a bit about that?
Certainly, I'll be going through both the skeletons piece by piece. We have a saying in our business, give me the bone and I will show you the man.
That's incredible.
Well, it's pretty small change nowadays. I once reconstructed a murder victim from her lipstick and one eyelash, poor thing.
So the Santa skeleton should be fairly straightforward.
Yes. Oh, elementary. Walk in like a piece of cake for someone who's been in this game as long as I have.
And once the reconstruction is
You beast! You beast! You didn't have to kick him! Geoffrey! Come to Mummy. Geoffrey!
Shut up! Shut up!
I had the task of putting together the...
Can't you see I'm watching this?
By the time I finish with those skeletons, they won't so much talk to me as sing.
Is there anything you can tell us about them now?
Well, your viewers might be interested to know that they were positioned together in copulo.
Like that they were, on top of each other, locked. You could say he was burying his bone. Dem bones, dem bones, dem dry bones, dem bones, dem bones, dem dry bones, dem bones, dem bones, dem dry bones. Now hear the word of the Lord. Head bones collected, backbone and backbone collected. To your backbone down, hear the word of the Lord. Although in this case, it's a bit of a shout.
Hello? Excuse me.
Yeah?
I seem to have... Well, there doesn't seem to be any paper. I wonder if you had any to spare.
Oh, sure. What do you want me to do with it?
Well, you couldn't pass it under, could you?
Sure.
There you go. Hey, get off.
Thank you.
hello. I'm sorry to bother you. Is Roger in? He left this in the back of my car.
There we go. 6 buckets in all. You've cleared me out. That should keep you busy for a while anyway, Mr. B.
Ta very much.
On account, is it?
Lovely.
Oh, and don't forget to feed the little devils.
He really wanted to be a boxer, you know. One of a small, busy sort. And he was so good at it, too. That was the tragedy. It was his first fight. I'd sewn Roger on his dressing gown. Well, as much as I had time to, the E and the R I had to put in his pocket. Roger landed a terrific punch in the 3rd round, moved in for the finish, and it was then he saw the blood. He fainted and was counted out. Never lived it down. Broke his heart.
Well, I'm sure he's not far.
Just round the bend, perhaps. That's where the police suggested he was.
Miss Smith, do you...
Annie, please.
Annie. Do you know where Roger found those 2 skeletons?
Oh, so that's what they were. No, I don't. Well, I knew he was up to something because he came in with his metal detector looking very excited. Then he rushed out again with that sack. Some cake.
No, thank you.
The landlord said his bike's still in the car park. I do worry. I know it sounds silly, but a woman knows. She knows.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Roger's missing. Police think it's a joke, Annie's worried, and you want us to find him. Oh, and another thing, you hate it when I'm right.
No.
Oh, they found him?
No, I loathe it when you're right.
Oh, in case you were wondering... No. Men often have intuition, but they prefer to use the telephone. Annie said you were charming, but you didn't try her cakes.
I think I'm going off to Hawaii to see the next full eclipse of the sun.
It's not for 150 years.
So?
Well, it'd be the longest fit of peak in the history of the world, and it won't help us to find Roger. I think he's in trouble.
Oh, so you believe Annie's intuition, but not mine?
No. I believe that Roger is not at home. I believe that it is unlike his behaviour to stay away. I believe, therefore, that something has happened. That is logic. Most women think it is an Albanian Christian name.
OK, JC. I'll tell you what. You use your male logic, and I'll use my female intuition. And we'll see which works best in finding Roger, shall we?
It's got to be a bit of teamwork or something. I mean, look for a diary.
Oh, no, he didn't keep one. I thought you preferred to have it in here uninterrupted.
Lovely.
This is my special fruitcake, Mr. Cornelius, but without the raisins. And the cherries and the sultanas.
Well, that's prunes and apricots. Ah, well, that's just as nice, Annie, just as nice.
Well, it's easier to see. Right, I'll leave you to it then.
Poetic justice.
This is delicious. Isn't this the sack that Roger had?
I think so. Oh, it's such a joy to see the master at work.
Ho, ho, ho. How long does yoghurt stay fresh?
A week, 10 days, why?
Well, if this was with the skeletons when Roger found them, then they were hidden in July 1981.
Well, I think that takes the first set.
A fluke. Still doesn't solve anything.
Ah, what have you come up with, huh? A Great Dane finds some bones, thinks it's his birthday, and he buries them. And then he gets run over by a bus, and they remain hidden until Roger comes along.
You know what's worse than a bad loser? A bad winner.
Oh, are we conceding defeat already?
No, talking out loud. I just don't see what anyone would gain by hiding two skeletons in the first place.
Hiding is an exaggeration where Roger's concerned.
Well, then.
I have a strong feeling that if we trace them, we'll find Roger.
Ooh, a strong feeling, eh? Logic gone out the window now, has it?
No.
Foot fault. You're one breakdown in the second set.
My little beauties.
Charles and die. 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 Charles and die.
Sounds like they should get married.
Oh, look, there's a nice picture of the Queen Mother. Oh, and there they all are on the balcony.
Start of an era.
Yes.
McEnroe beats Borg at Wimbledon.
Oh, you're so... Oh, wait. Yes, 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 yes. This is it. I know it, I know it, I know it. Look, look. Police are baffled by the disappearance of pianist Peter Mills, 25, and Suzette Sabo, a 23-year-old...
Sex bomb.
Laboratory assistant. Nobody ever says sex bomb.
Well, actually, he was the laboratory assistant and she was the pianist. Quite good, apparently. Taught by the same Mrs. Mim who teaches my granddaughter.
What's he like?
Fair-haired, strong, ordinary.
And she?
A sex bomb.
Are they still missing?
Well, the file's still open.
But why run away?
Peter Mills has been working in one of these beauty clinic places.
Nip, tuck, lift, suck?
That's the sort. Well, apparently our boy broke into the safe where the clients left their valuables. It was all hushed up at the time.
Nobody wanting to report that they were clients?
Yes. And you think this might have something to do with your Mr. Roger Smith?
Well, a laboratory assistant could have access to display skeletons.
Well, people often try to fake their own death by leaving clothes at the water's edge, so...
So you think, why not go a stage further and leave their remains behind?
And if Roger found out they were still alive?
Nice try. I'm sorry, I thought Cadogan told you. Roger brought in the remains of 3 bodies, not 2.
Now, this hand is totally different.
There are no holes in it to join the bones together.
That's right.
And the rest of the skeletons are complete?
As far as I can tell.
And probably Chinese.
Yeah.
What about the hand?
Probably no, but I wouldn't like to say.
Can we borrow it?
What?
No, I promise to return it.
Yes, all right, Doctor.
Thank you. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Hope so. But I'm amazed that you can still drive the car.
No, I'm not thinking about hanging upside down naked from the trapeze covered in overripe durians.
Just a... Wait a minute. Where did you get that idea from?
Nothing. I didn't say anything. It was just a wild guess.
My ultrophone. And I bet you've put some sort of a message on it, haven't you?
No. Yes, well, maybe I just livened it up a bit, that's all.
Well, thank you for telling me that Joy rang.
Joy. Most apt, I'm sure.
Joy happens to be infatuated with an acrobatic greengrocer from Chiang Mai.
Oh.
I'm sorry, John. I apologise. I was wrong. I've made a complete fool of myself. Please forgive me.
Oh, you sound like my father.
I'd rather sound like Pinky and Perky.
Pinky's missing.
keeled over. Homo sapiens.
Yes. Professor, is there anything else you can tell us?
What would you like to know?
Anything.
As a rule, paleoanthropologists aren't used to working on anything this live.
She finds out he's a thief and plans to turn him in. She pleads with him, but no. He's built up a resentment against the rich people he's robbed. They row. He hits her. She falls and bangs her head. He panics and makes it look like a double disappearance. Perfect.
Except that she is probably the skeleton of a Chinese rice planter.
Oh, you can be so obstructive.
Well, all right. Let's forget it. After all, it's only a small thing. I'm sure we can think up a reason to overlook it.
Not interested in reasons. Intuition's about knowing. And I just know that hand belongs to the missing girl.
Ah, that's very interesting, yes.
When Roger appeared on television and said he was going through the skeletons bone by bone, well, the murderer panicked.
The length of the hand corresponds with the length of the arm, from which the overall height can be estimated.
5'7"?
Approximately, yes. Very good. Well done.
Suzette's height. Match point. Told you I had a highly developed sixth sense.
Well, it makes up for the other 5 that don't work. How could Suzette play the piano properly with only 9 fingers?
Now. Again. Once more, dear. No, I don't think that would be very wise. No, I should just give it a rest for today. It's coming, you know, it's coming. Yes, you're doing fine. Fine. I think I'll go and make us both a cup of chamomile tea. Yes, that's what I'll do.
Hello, Roger. You've caused me no end of trouble. Studied by that charlatan Cornelius. Investigated by Miss Valentine. You've some very interesting friends for a mere petrol pump attendant. But your dreams have caught up with you here, Roger. I have the skills to turn you into anyone you can think of. How about Boris Karloff? Bernard Manning? No better still. Jane Mansfield.
Should be sitting in a cave. But I'm sure this will do.
I thought druids lived in trees.
Well, that's tree druids. This is a different branch.
Cave druids did this.
They pioneered a technique for finding answers where answers were few and making sense of the nonsensical. But in our case...
Jolly Roger.
The druids felt that by bringing the 4 principal elements, earth, wind, water, fire, together, awareness could be heightened to a level unobtainable through fasting, penitence, meditation, alone. Symbolically, we have water, fire, earth. It's the inside of the cave.
Wind?
Traditionally, a cream-skinned acorn gatherer would blow gently back and forth across the eyelids of the chief druid. But in our case, necessity dictates you. Shh. Blow out the candle.
Mrs. Mim! Suzette's piano teacher!
Let's get going then.
Yes. Yes, it was very hard, emotionally, to give up one's hopes and aspirations and channel them through other people. But c'est la vie.
How would you describe Suzette?
Honestly?
Yes.
She's what people call a sex bomb.
And as a pianist?
Oh, good. Surprisingly good. But not concert stage material. But her looks and talent. When I think of her and see Richard Clayderman, I have to shed a little tear. What a tragedy.
Yes.
Well, even Liszt couldn't play Liszt with only 9 fingers.
What?
Yes, she lost a finger. The little one. She said it was an accident, but I think her boyfriend cut it off. Deliberately. Accused her of seeing another man.
Did he work in a beauty clinic?
Yes. Oh, no, that's misleading. He works there, but he also owns it.
Owns it? He's still alive?
Oh, yes. He was here this morning. He brought his wife for her singing lesson.
Mills?
Who's Mills?
Would be in his 30s, stocky, blonde. Peter Mills.
The one she ran away with?
Yes.
No, I remember him, but I never met him. No, I meant her regular boyfriend, Mr. Bingham.
Harold B. Bingham. A nipper and tucker.
Bingham's a jealous man, right?
Right.
A man who cuts off his girlfriend's finger because he suspects she's having an affair. What would he do if he found out she were actually having an affair?
Cut off a whole lot more besides.
Her hand. Why put it with 2 skeletons? And where is she now? And Peter Mills?
And Roger.
I think Roger's in there.
Only one way to find out. Correction, I've just thought of another.
What?
That must be sex bomb number 2.
So?
I think I'll just go and ask her dog a couple of questions. Nothing too intimate. After all, I've got a lecture in 20 minutes.
Well, I'm going to get in there on my own then.
How?
Make an appointment. I can pretend I want a bottom like Felicity Kendall's.
No, definitely not. How about Annika Rice's?
Hello. I was wondering if I could make an urgent appointment to see Dr. Bingham.
I'm sorry, but he's fully booked.
Look, this is an emergency. It's...
Oh, dear.
I'm prepared to wait.
Well, I suppose if somebody cancels.
No, Mr. Needham. If I could enlarge that, I'd be a very, very rich man. Yes. Goodbye, then. Ah, Miss Cornelius, sorry to keep you waiting. Now, I understand you have a tattoo you wish removing.
Yes, but I'm afraid it is awfully rude and so embarrassing.
May I take a look at it?
Oh, no.
Miss Cornelius, I do need to see the tattoo before I can advise you on the best course of action.
Oh, dear. This is terribly difficult. You see, the tattoo is, it's on,
Yes?
It's on my boyfriend.
Eh?
Yes, and I can't fail to see it every time we go swimming. It's my birthday, and my boyfriend promised me I could have anything I want, and I want to have it removed. Is that possible? I mean, no one will ever know. No one will ever be able to read it again, will they?
Don't you worry. You just bring your boyfriend in, and I promise you these will be the last eyes ever to see it.
Oh, that's such a relief.
Now, if you care to come this way, I'll show you some examples of just how successful our treatment can be.
Most hospitals have a list of what they call the Munch Bunch. They're sufferers of Munchausen syndrome. They're people who feign illness in order to obtain treatment, even operations, and they can be extremely hard to sort out, especially if they change places with somebody with a legitimate condition. Hospital notes do not contain a picture of the patient and... You fool, Cornelius. Amanda, isn't it? Quick! Into my study and take off all your clothes! Now! It's a matter of life and death! Arthur, will you go to the zoology department and get me half a dozen live cockroaches? Bob, a torch. I don't know where from.
Impossible. It's impossible.
Come, Miss Albright. Surely a busy person like yourself sneaks the odd sandwich in here instead of taking lunch. Hmm?
Oh, do take a seat. Mr. Bingham will be with you in a minute.
I'll start at the top of the house and work my way down, shall I? Roger?
Cornelius?
No! Stop that now!
Check down there. Just a minute.
It's him, Bingham, and I know how he did it. He murdered them both and he's... When did the police get here? Hurry up.
Miss Valentine's still here. Good. Because your boyfriend's just popped in to have his tattoo removed.
Hello? Yeah? What? Good heavens. Who's this speaking? Roger? No. Let me guess. You've been kidnapped by the Smurfs and you've escaped disguised as Mother Goose.
No, Dolly Parton.
Really, Mr. Cornelius, you didn't expect me to fall for your tricks twice, did you?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
You see those handcuffs on the wall? Kindly put them on.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you.
You cold-bloodedly murdered Suzette Sabo and Peter Mills.
Maybe.
They're hanging in your examination room, picked clean by maggots.
Yes, they do like a spot of fresh food when they can get it.
You already had 2 legitimate skeletons, so you just swapped them over.
Precisely.
Jealousy.
And it didn't even matter if they were found. They couldn't be traced to you.
You even robbed your own safe to frame poor Mills. Neat.
Except that you'd already cut off Suzette's finger.
Yes, I should have kept it.
Mistake?
I had to swap hands. That daydreaming idiot gave me quite a scare. But I'll get it right this time. After I've practiced a few new surgical techniques on you two.
You don't think I'd be foolish enough to come here without telling the police first, do you?
Yes, I do. You only delayed the inevitable by a matter.
Hang on, Roger. JC. Come on, Roger. Come on, Roger. JC.
Come on. Get up, you pathetic little nobody.
No. I have seen Liston. I have seen Sugar Ray Leonard, Ali, but I have never seen anything like Roger, Lightning Fist Smith, the 9-stone Pogo.
Seconds out! Round 6!
I've got a bone to pick with you.
Yes, it's them.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, how are things?
Fine. I've been offered a job at the library. I'd have preferred something a bit quieter, really, but I said I'd give it a go.
Good. Well, I don't think you need to see Dr. Gould anymore.
Yeah, well, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
I made you some currant buns. I hope you don't mind. I couldn't get currant, so do be careful because the dates have still got stones in.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Do you think they'll get married? Bye-bye. Thanks ever so much.
Well, I solved it.
You?
Yes.
By using female intuition?
No, by female logic.
No, I solved it using male intuition.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I
There's no such thing.
did. Is.
Isn't.
is.
Annika Rice, huh?
Chef, 1 omelette special with cream and 1 green salad, please.
I'm at the hospital today.
Ella Storrs, Louis. And she's beautiful, believe me.
Hi, Chef.
1 dish delish for the lady, coming up.
This is the X-ray you wanted me to see?
I don't see how he's still on his feet.
Yeah, he's a very tough old boy.
All right, I'll talk to him, Harry.
What does a man do when he's told he's only got 2 weeks to live? What is it?
Bang bang time.
Graphology. What's the title?
Tracings of the Mind.
Good title.
You should write another book.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to sneak up on me.
There's a sandwich there if you want one. Peanut and banana. They're absolutely bloody filthy.
No, thanks. I had sausage hot pot. Samantha wanted me to go to an Italian cafe on the Wentworth Road, but I told her not when hot pot's on.
I didn't know you were a fan of the caterers.
Only the hot pot.
France is the most heavenly place there is.
I'm sorry. I can't go with you.
Don't talk to me about your cricket.
It's the Chief Constable's lecture. I've got to do it.
Since when?
All by myself, no one to walk with, but I'm happy on the shelf. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. I know for certain the one I love, I'm through with flirting, it's just you I'm thinking of. Ain't misbehaving.
Would you like to play something more stimulating?
What do you play?
You name it, big shot, and I'll play it.
How about Mexicana twist?
Well, yeah, show me.
You want lessons? Who's paying here? Don't you babes know your job these days?
Hey, what's with you, Pop?
Fornication, jubilation, and then maybe remuneration.
No, maybe. It's 30 quid. I've got a family to keep.
That's nice. Let's dance. What happened? Oh, that's bang bang time. Buenos días, Marcella. So sorry about last night. Oh. So, you do the cooking, hmm? How was hospital? Trepidation, medication. I'm running down, darling.
You want to eat them all garlic. That's what keeps them going.
No, I'm finished, Marcel.
Finish? My chef are telling me he finish. I tell him my chef, you finish. And what happened? She burned a risotto last night. 8 customers there walk out. Now what do you say?
I had things to do, Tono.
And what are you talking about?
For 20 years, I go to bed early, working. Preparation, alimentation, alimentation, preparation. Chef, liver bacon, twice. I'm not a cook.
Give me this wages.
Money? I don't need money. You take it. I got no kids. But I saved my face.
This is silver.
See, all silver from Potosi. You know El Dorado? I am El Silverado. This how they remember me.
Good morning, early bird. You've called my private number. Ooh, I was about to start a very rude game. I'm standing in my panties, waiting and waiting. I like to put my breasts against the window pane when it's raining. What do you think of that? Well, aren't you going to talk to me?
Ah, Marcella, I'm talking to my niece.
Scusa, Louise. Scusi. Too shy to say hello?
No, but I say titillation causes degradation, maybe incineration.
It's him again.
Time for the torch, Puta. It's bang bang time.
It's him. Bang, bang.
Professor.
That bloody German car belonging to that more money than manners doxy of bloody Cornelius is parked in my bloody parking space again. Professor. What? Look, get me Cornelius. I want him here, instanta. Miss Valentine.
Professor Griffiths, may I start our meeting with a gesture of friendship and reconciliation?
Good afternoon. My name is Mrs. Hall. Sadie Hall's mother. I'd like to speak to Dr. Cornelius, if he's not too busy.
No.
Oh, please release him from the lecture. It's terribly important. You see, we're buying a house together in Provence.
Really? I can't.
Absolutely. That's what J.C. said. Obligatory, the royal command.
Look, what could I do? The chief constable buys me a posh drink and says, Owen, I want John Cornelius to do the memorial lecture. No, he's his pick here. This is prestige for John. He's got the whole of the civil service to choose from. Police College, Oxbridge, if he likes.
And he chose J.C.
Do you know what he said?
Tell me.
He said, Owen, Cornelius speaks with insight and delight.
I've got this little job.
Oh, there aren't many about.
Well, and prices being what they are, because I've got to see my girl through college, don't you think?
Well, Sadie's doing very, very nicely.
Oh, she loves it. And she thinks the world of you. She does.
Well, what's the job, then?
Well, I suppose you'd call it smutty talkings, really. Like commercial radio, only the chat's obscene. Well, there's no accounting for taste, as the old lady said when she kissed the cow. I do a live spot for 3 hours, then there's recordings for interactives, straights and commercials.
So you're on the air?
Oh, yes. I take off several parts. My principal role is a slut fatale who tells cheeky stories.
I'll give you a call.
Oh, no. No. Well, we've had this head case on. Of course, we get a lot of loonies, but I know enough about psychology to know this bloke's a screamer. He talks in rhymes, for a start, in a foreign voice, stretched around these heavy words.
Obscene words?
Violent words. Incineration, extermination, cauterization, and bang bang and torching. I think he's a pyromaniac, Dr. Cornelius. I know he's very disturbed.
Have you told the police?
Well, I told the boss, but, well, I can't really.
I'll have a word with somebody that I know. In the meantime, I wouldn't go into work for a bit if I were you.
I won't. Sadie says I ought to pack it in.
Hello, Detective Sergeant Gummer? Yes, I'll put you through to him. It's the college law on the phone for you, Gov.
What?
Dr. Cornelius.
How's the trick cycling business?
Crazy. Heard anything about a firebug?
Hi, it's Mr. Winters. And hello to you, Mr. Leslie.
Julie!
All the better for seeing you. Swinging number 4 and up in heaven number 7. Wonderful.
Ta.
Now you keep on choodling. Looking for Mr. Silver. Excuse us, fellas. Is Mr. Silver here? No. All right, ta-da. Negotiated the extra service, right? Right. So I made a cup of coffee while he went to the toilet, right? Right. Here he is. What happened to you? Fall down the plug hole?
Palpitation. Excruciation. Salutation.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Doc. Thanks for the tip-off, but you're an hour late. Dexy Entertainments went up at 12:43.
Oh.
A couple of Molotov cocktails. But you were right about him being a nutter. He walked straight in, shouted, "Hey-ho, Silver," walked out and jumped on a passing bus.
More or less.
Any other contacts, phone calls?
Yeah.
Show him the letters, Gummer. They were addressed to the Watch Committee.
That went out with the Ark.
Town clerk sent them over this morning.
They arrived in concurrent days.
Look at the handwriting. Cabaret and sexy play, imagination, celebration. Cheating liar set on fire. This is wonderful stuff.
The Bog House poet strikes again, eh?
Do you mind if I take these with me? Our head of department is hot on handwriting.
They're evidence.
Bloody fascinating. Give me a week and I might have something. What do you want?
Well, I want what you've got now.
I thought you were an academic, Cornelius.
Owen, there is an extremely dangerous person out there.
Steady on. I'm going to like this chap.
Why?
He writes a great example of tortu de rab. Do you know it? Same lineage as the Deco variation taught in progressive church schools from Bruges to Barcelona until the middle 30s. It's a demotic cousin of our legal copperplate.
So, he is foreign then?
Foreign educated. Possibly Spanish. In fact, he carries the same serif you'll find in Gaudi.
Structural, confident, artisan.
They had this lower middle-class religious education system way ahead of ours. Craft and anarchism. Look at these controlled arabesques. The hand reveals the aspirations of the soul, John, or whatever St. Benedict said.
So, he could be over 60.
Sure, he's an old-timer.
Hellfire freak? Holy roller?
That didn't occur to me. Why?
Well, he only tortures sex establishments.
Never bend the evidence to fit the theory, John. That's the copper's game. Go back to the text.
Mexicana twist, perfect bliss, gratification and jubilation. Pig in a poke, up in smoke, elf Silverado.
A sobriquet. An Americanism he picked up somewhere.
Flash, an affectation.
Oh, I find it endearing, I have to say. Hey, I'd like to see his real signature. I bet he bloody swirls the page.
Well, he's certainly making no attempt to disguise himself.
This is a prince in rags. Not a pyromaniac. He knows why he's doing it.
Motive and intent. Oh, and I owe you one for this.
Bring me back a decent bottle and a bag of chips.
Go and get your coat, Pet, for the party. Go on, otherwise we'll be late. You're a copper?
No.
Who are you?
I'm a psychologist. John Cornelius. I'm interested in these cases of arson that have been happening recently.
Arson? No. The fire officer reckoned it was short in the mains cupboard. The electric's always been shit here. I should know. I live upstairs. We could have been killed.
I'm interested in an old man. Could be Spanish, French. Goes by the name of Silverado.
Well, I'll ask the girls.
Do you know that there have been 4 cases recently? And his behavioural model what I mean...
Yeah, I know.
Well, it suggests that he'll strike again. Tonight.
What? Clubs?
Yes.
Well, there was this fella. You know, an old raver. He was foreign, and he was dressed like a waiter, you know, in a smart hotel. And he was bossy. And he wore this belt, you know, with this big silver buckle on it, which he rubbed up against me when we danced, being sexy.
How did he talk?
Well, in my ear, and resonant. Always in rhyme.
What was that?
In rhyme. I'd have been drinking brandy. If this is him, I don't think he was very well.
Oh, yes. I think this is him.
It couldn't have been him.
Why?
Well, the fire started after we closed about 4, and he'd left before midnight.
Are you sure?
Yeah. He was barely here for 20 minutes, and we were dancing and have a drink at the bar. Maybe he went to the lavvy, but nothing elaborate, so I'd notice. There'd have been an explosion, but the only explosion was when fire hit the bar, and we were out by then, you know, waiting for the alarm and calling the fire brigade. Besides, you know, I'm upstairs and I read till 4, and Jerry the barman dots his ear on the divan, and I had to pull him out and dial 999. There were no bangs at all. Well, not that sort, anyway.
Psychology department, please. Lock that car. Ah, glad I caught you.
What the hell are you playing at, man?
Ah, Professor Dunn. I wonder if an ignorant layman can bend your ear on the simple question of califaction and fusion.
For Christ's sakes, I'm driving to the Loire tonight. I've got a ferry to catch. And why should I do you a favour, by the way, when you're too damned idle to give me 50 minutes a month of your precious time on the catering committee? Oh, you eat the stuff, all right. I've seen you pigging the sausage pie.
I'll join your committee.
You're elected. What do you want?
I want a timing device that doesn't need a bang.
What are you talking about, man?
Arson. Starting a fire. I want a reliable silent fuse, runs over, say, 3 hours, no explosive.
A candle in a closet. candle. A standard domestic candle burns at the rate of approximately 1 inch per hour.
I'll recommend you for a Nobel Prize. Enjoy your haul.
Other salient facts are glass melts at 1400 degrees Fahrenheit, lead at 327.4 degrees centigrade, and animal fats, including your arse, at considerably less.
Hola, welcome, searcher. Siéntese, per favor.
Rita, it's me.
Luis.
Just call me Silverado.
Days gone by.
They're the only days I've got, Rita.
Go see a doctor, you look terrible.
See, it's like being shot.
I never thought I'd see that again.
Oh, I never part with this. If we'd had a kid, I'd give it to him.
I got rid of the kid, Luis. Remember?
Oh, you did right, Cara. You did right. See. It was better for business. Anyway, we all had a good time, eh?
Silverado had a good time.
Oh, I took you to Barcelona. Hey, what we got here? What do I see? I see a lot of lovely girls standing outside the club. And there's a big neon sign saying, El Silverado Cabaret. And in the middle, there's this macho with his sharp black outfit. And all the lovely girls around him. Yes, Welsh Nora, Suzanne, Maria, Irene, Murita. All my lovely, dirty girls.
You see him putting on his gloves to punch Rita in the neck for keeping back a $5 for her mum.
I spent a lot of money on that club. A lot of money. And that son of a bitch Messina, if he'd not bribed the watch committee, we'd have opened a restaurant. I tell you, Rita, in those days I was Frank Sinatra.
It was 30 years, Lewis.
No! It's not 30 years. It's yesterday. And they're all back in business, Rita. All of them back in business. With teats and tats and twice as poxy. Even the old place, our place, it's open. And remember our furnishings? Remember with the curtains and the carpets and the wash basins? Treat a lady like a comrade, remember that?
There have been 10 clubs there since the Silverado.
No, Rita, no! It's finished. It's bang-bang time. It's degradation, incineration, conflagration. No, Calma!
A Mexicana twist? For the old days? For Mr. Silverado?
No. No, gracias.
This is a great welcome, I must say.
It seems you were only here yesterday.
I was.
You've been to Provence and back?
Yes, via Marseille. One flies in a jet-propelled aeroplane. I know that writing.
You do?
Yeah, I've seen it somewhere. This guy's a bit naughty, isn't he? De Bruyard.
Oh, my lovely Preece.
Darling, you were right. It was too damn hot. They put garlic in the tomato sauce and all my worst King's Road chums were there. And I brought you a present.
Oh, nice. I love presents.
Owen?
What do you think this is?
An illegal substance.
Rarer and far nicer. It's a truffle. I'm going to take you both round the corner to my little Italian joint and get the chef to make us a huge golden fluffy truffle omelette. How about that?
Oh, I'd love that. But what were you saying about de Bruyard?
What?
The Mexicana twist.
What's that?
Don't you know? Where have you guys been? The Mexico way, the Mexicana twist. I can't believe this, JC. Not even when you were teaching in San Jose.
I thought perhaps it was some sort of dance.
They're tricks on a brothel menu.
He's a bloody whoremonger. I knew it. Look at these verticals.
Now say you're pleased to see me.
Good evening, madame. A nice quiet table for you, huh? We have melon, cold salmon, avocado. It's a little hard. Please.
I'd like a word with the chef, please.
Oh, chef, yes.
I brought a truffle, and I want him to cook me a very special omelette.
Oh, no problem.
No, I want to go into the kitchen and talk it through with him. Whether to have it au nature or with cream.
Well, my wife, she's a chef tonight. She come out to you, huh?
Look at the
Chef,
handwriting.
he's sick.
Excuse me.
Maestro, call me a taxi, por favor.
No go. You no want to pull a Chinese cracker?
No, gracias, no. Moment. You have a cigar. Front of house, always smoke cigar. Always. Good for business, good for presentation, see?
You no like the girls?
Oh, see. The ladies are they like He's salt to the earth.
Oh, Griff is right. We should wait for the police.
Well, if it's Cadogan's darts night, we'll be waiting until the pubs close. You go back downstairs.
Where you go, I go.
Mr. Sylvester.
It's open.
Yeah. Wait for me. Cornelius. Samantha.
Mr. Sylvester?
Fancy you falling for an old thing like that. How are you? Scarred for life?
I don't know.
You should see the other bloke.
You found him?
He's here.
Where?
In the terminal ward. They brought him in early hours of the morning.
Another fire?
Only yours.
I must see him.
He's full of morphine. The doctor says he's dying. Cancer.
Ah, so that's it. Huh. Well, here endeth the case. But I still want to know him.
Gummer's tracking down the file.
I must know why.
Rita. ¿Qué tal?
How is it?
Not so sexy. What is?
Shall I call the doctor?
No. He will laughs last. You see, maybe gone, but not forgotten. My belt. It's for you. For you from Silverado.
I'd like that.
See. The letter. It's for the coppers. It's
There you go, Doc. It's all in there. A man's life. Fought for the miners' militia against Franco. Escaped to France. Married 2 English girls, both common prostitutes, and sent to jail for running a brothel. Called himself a cook.
He was a cook, a very good cook.
I should forget that, in the interests of science.
Thank you, Inspector.
See you around, Doc.
Yes, indeed. Sam?
Yes, my treasure.
This is notice of another bomb.
There'll be a bomb in your soup in a minute.
What was Silverado's blackest day?
Like the inspector said, the day he goes up in smoke himself.
Well, he couldn't have known when he was going to be cremated, could he?
He's a madman and he's dead.
He didn't start his fire-raising on just any old day. No. He was planning his finale on Silverado's blackest day. The biggest rocket of all, the end of the display. A torch for Silverado the man and Silverado's cabaret. Oh, don't you see? It's bang, bang time.
Frankly, no.
Here, at 14 Durdis Street, his life stopped. That was the day Silverado's cabaret was raided by the police.
And Silverado's cabaret was raided 20 years ago today.
And Silverado's club is now called...
Welcome to the Bucket of Blood. Can I help the lady?
It's all right. I like girls too.
Admission, 20 pounds.
She likes me.
You like us to sit with you?
Yes, please.
Interesting. Of course. And order a bottle of champagne. I'm going to have a good time. My father recommended this place. I hear it's fun.
Your father?
He's an old guy. Calls himself Silverado. Have you met him? Yeah, he's pretty crazy. You've met him?
He tell Melanie he big shot and asked us to work for him. But we tell him we work for Mr. Kim.
Won't be a moment.
He's been in an accident, so he needs the bathroom.
Kim, not in.
Well, then get him for me. There's a bomb been planted in your club.
No bomb! I work club for Mr. Kim. Nobody dare plant bomb. Who are you? Who your boss?
I'm looking for the old man, Silverado. Well, the girls know who he is.
You work for him? You're chop man. I split your face.
He's my enemy too. How do you think I got these? Where's Mr. Kim?
He'd go for Sherbert.
Well, he won't be very happy to come back and find his club blown to bits, will he?
No, sir.
So help me look around.
find him, I kill him.
Where's the fuse box? Where are the cleaning materials?
Hell shit, man. I don't know.
Yes, you do. Where is the mop? Mop, you know, clean the floor. A mop.
Only in toilet.
Show me.
This way.
JC!
Go! Get out! I want you to leave this club!
Only with you! Where are you going?
To the Jets!
I'm coming!
Barman's mother. Bloody junk.
There's your bomb. All right, call the police. Clear the club.
No, Mr. Kim, not like this.
Sod, Mr. Kim, this caravanserai goes up at midnight.
Makes sense.
Holy Moses!
I sling it next door.
You should charm, humor him.
Mr. Kim, no like problem.
No problems. No police. You give me the bomb while my friend calls his friend. Let's put it down over here. Bandage man can kill the bang.
Maybe we fix it. Mr. Kim like that.
Sure, me too.
Bonjour. Professor Dunn, s'il vous plaît.
Maybe best I watch front door.
JC, we've got 2 minutes.
Hello.
How's the Loire?
Wonderful, but I'm eating.
I know you won't believe this, but I'm in the loo of a Chinese brothel looking at a homemade time bomb.
You, I believe, Cornelius.
Help.
If you can't run, here's what you do. First find the detonator or blasting cap. Should be about 2 inches long, made of bronze or aluminium.
Got it.
Now, isolate the conductor wires leading to the trigger device, okay? These should be yellow wires, but not necessarily yellow.
No, they're not.
Take your time. Isolate them and cut them.
Nail clippers.
But don't cut the wires to the timing device.
Well, they're red too.
You don't cut them because that'd make the circuit. And good luck.
Last checks. Detonator. Red and blue.
Trouble is, the reds cross.
We'll trace them back. Easy.
Easy. That's got to be it.
Brilliant! You've just defused your first bomb.
It's the only part of the case that's unsolved.
What?
The Mexicana twist.
No. You lied to me about your lecture.
I just want to know what you do.
You don't do anything. You just hang on.
Monsters have always been an obsession with mankind. A strange and rare mixture of fear and desire. Consider the Dracula figure. What could be more dreaded and yet more desired than the bite of Dracula? The bite of death that brings eternal life. What compulsion relentlessly drives an idea into the mind, even when it is unwelcome? The sufferer loses control. In the trade, we call it hemolania, the lust for blood. Fortunately, clinical studies have found that the disorder can be treated. The urge goes. Right. That's it. Any questions? No? Good. Thank you. Oh, by the way, don't forget, Kiss of the Vampires on the box at the weekend.
What you say is interesting.
Good.
But it seems so out of touch with real life.
Not at all. Monsters that are alien are myths that arise in our deepest thoughts. They're real monsters.
Maybe I could come round later and see you.
Hello, darling.
Inspector. Emily, maybe after lecture tomorrow.
Inspector, you look like a man with a problem.
Problem? The problem is a bloody circus of weirdos and werewolves.
Actually, it's vampires. You've read about the vampire attack on a woman called Victoria Fleming?
Vampire attack?
Oh, JC, you did see it. A woman is abducted by a vampire who bites her neck and then abandons her.
Yeah, unfortunately, the papers were full of it. Now every self-styled psychic and would-be fearless vampire killer is swamping us with theories and suggestions.
Well, that's fascinating, but I don't see what I can do, Inspector. I'm not interested in parapsychology or the occult. I'm a psychologist.
JC, surely you can help. I'd love to find a vampire.
But that's great. An ordinary, rational psychologist is exactly what we need. Look at this. Papers are snapping at our heels.
Dracula strikes again. Vampire loose in city.
There's no such thing as a vampire.
Like all the others, Miss Fleming suffered more from shock than from loss of blood.
All the others? How many more have there been?
Well, this is a 7th attack in the last 4 months. The others agreed to keep quiet to avoid panic. But the officer who found Miss Fleming told a friend who told a reporter.
I know I'm going to regret this.
He's hooked.
So, I suppose I ought to meet this latest victim.
Fleming? Oh, it should be simple enough. But no one's seen anything, you know.
Oh, JC'll find something. Good timing.
Depends what you mean.
Box office.
No. Sidney, you are playing the part of Dracula. This man has lived for hundreds of years. Now, he is an aristocrat. He has a lightness of being. His every movement is a thing of elegance. He's not a bumbling, overweight clodhopper.
Professor Zeff?
I'm down here, Cornelius. Sidney, do go and have a word with Alan about that damn window, will you?
Look, if I'm interrupting, Zeff, I can...
Until we get that window fixed, Cornelius, the rehearsal is stopped in its tracks.
I don't know where you get the time and the energy from, Zeff.
I'm an actor manqué. That's about the size of it. It's only when I'm on the stage that people will ever listen to what I say.
Oh, you're too hard on yourself.
Have to be. The theatre needs discipline. It needs fitness of body and mind. It needs...
A question of the theatre that I've come to ask you about, Zeff. This production of Dracula.
Oh, it's a wonderful play. So rich in its subtext, you know, Cornelius. It's a piece I've always wanted to do. I had to wait till I could give the bard a respite. You seem disappointed.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just that I'm sure you're aware there's a poor demented soul walking around town at the present time who thinks he is Dracula.
It goes to show you're never too long in the tooth to prove you can put your finger on the pulse of public awareness. Oh, my God, there goes another window.
Cornelius! I've been looking all over the campus for you!
Oh, always pleased to see you, Dr. Miller.
Oh, you won't be, I promise you, when I finish with you, you pathetic little worm! What gives you the right to impugn my life's work, huh? Huh? Answer me that. An academic on the staff raised the central question as to whether the sizable funds allocated to the sensory deprivation study were not out of proportion to the importance of said study. Do you deny that was you? Huh? You miserable virus! You don't even have the decency to name yourself an academic on the staff? Now hear me, and hear me well, Cornelius. Stay out of my life and my research and my chair in the canteen. Or I swear I will not be answerable for my actions.
Well, well, indeed. He does seem to have it in for me. He believes he's my arch enemy.
We all have our tiny obsessions, Cornelius. But you'd know all about that, wouldn't you?
Do you want my opinion?
No.
The idea of a vampire is fascinating. Think about it. The Prince of Darkness, the very incarnation of evil descending on a fair maiden. That sounds very sexy to me.
I don't want to disillusion you, but a strong sexual drive has nothing to do with this kind of motivation.
No sex? Then what's it all about?
Well, a very different kind of interest. The gift of eternal life. Now, remember, vampires are the undead. They drink human blood and they live forever. For most people, that's motivation enough.
Is it?
There you are, Mr. Timpson. Comfy?
Not really. What can we do?
What can we do indeed, Mr. Timpson? Can't have all these cavities, can we?
Miss Fleming, there's a doctor here. He says he's got an appointment.
Dr. Cornelius.
Right. Inspector Cadogan said you'd be coming in.
This is my...
Confidential associate, Samantha Valentine.
Hang on, Brenda. Coffee? 2 more coffees, Brenda. Pity I didn't have this when I was attacked.
What do you think, Miss Fleming? Was it a vampire? A real vampire?
These marks. Real enough.
Puncture wounds.
Oh, yes. I know wounds. Funny thing, though.
What do you mean?
Not from teeth. At least not human teeth. I could tell that as soon as I saw the marks. Doctor agreed, and no infection.
Could they have been made by some sort of instrument?
Well, a vampire's teeth wouldn't be human. It must have been a terrible experience.
Oh, no worse than some of the mouths I've seen. Bitten by a vampire? There's no such thing. One strange thing, though.
Excuse me, do you take sugar?
Yes, please, 2.
You were saying?
Lost real blood. Doctor said that. Drained right out. And his strength, I hardly had a mark from being dragged. He must have lifted me quite easily. But like I told the police, didn't see his face. All he was a shadow.
I do have an urgent appointment.
We're taking up too much of your time.
I really wish I could help you some more, but it was all over so quickly. Not so much a case of being ravished, more, well, used.
Well, it would have made my blood boil.
So we've got everything we've learned from the interview with Fleming.
Which is...
Nothing. She was too drugged to remember a thing.
Except his teeth, of course.
Yes, but she and her doctor agreed that they weren't teeth. They were some sort of an instrument.
No, that doesn't help.
No, but it's very important. It shows that whoever was doing this is obsessed by every aspect of the Dracula myth. I mean, if he lived apart, but apart is a myth, something hidden, a reason, always a reason. We call it a motive, a dream. What is the dream of a Dracula? Yes, come in.
Well, you've got to do something now, Cornelius. This is getting out of hand. In case the news hasn't reached your ivory tower, there's been another vampire attack.
Vampire strikes again, police baffled. Oh, this has taken a rather unpleasant new turn. Not very flattering, Inspector.
And his latest victim, a Mrs. Andrea Pinkerton, and her husband, smell money in it. They've decided to go public. Bloody fools.
Oh, that's an apt insult for a vampire. So, what can I do?
Well, silly as it may seem, you've got to lend our investigation some sort of scientific credibility.
Oh, and just what had you in mind?
Well, if you were to speak to the Pinkertons...
Yeah, but find out something, anything that might help.
Well, so that I can give you something to tell the press, yes?
Well, if you could, yes.
All right, I'll do it. Take the heat off you for a bit.
Oh, by the way, the Pinkertons haven't been particularly cooperative, so I wouldn't mention the police if I were you.
And Paul Pinkerton's richer than he is bright. And as for her, well, the lights are on, but there's no one at home.
Look, aren't you finished yet?
I'm finishing now. Right, Mrs. Pinkerton. Would you say this looks like your Dracula?
No. No. The eyes, his eyes were much stronger, more terrible and intense.
Well, I've tried to make them very strong.
Yeah, well, make them stronger still. Dracula's eyes glow like bloody headlights.
And how would you know?
What do you mean by that, Clive? You're a TV reporter, not an investigator.
And I thought they were one and the same.
Oh, really? Just whose side are you on here, then?
Oh, yours, Mr. Pinkerton. Considering the money my bosses have invested in the two of you for this story, I'm right behind you.
Well, just remember that. Now, if my wife says the eyes were stronger, it's your job to make them glow the way we want.
Why don't you buy some batteries?
Yes, stronger and glowing with a strange power. You see, I know, because he's still watching me. I am in touch with the creature's ancient powers.
No reporters, no police, so what do you want?
Merely to make you £4 million.
And profit participation, naturally, perhaps even a series.
What are you two on about?
I don't know if you realise it, but your story, done by the correct writer, is not only a film, but it's a television series as well.
Who the hell are you?
I'm John Cornelius, film producer.
Samantha Valentine, writer.
Nobody said anything about film.
I don't know if you know it, but you're big business.
Someone else to see us, Andrea. They got something we might want to hear.
Do you mind if I speak to you somewhere in private?
No way. Our network paid plenty for this story, and we plan to run it exclusively.
What are you prepared to offer, Mr. Cornelius?
Andrea, my dear, my darling, I didn't recognize you, you poor thing. What happened?
Do I know you?
Is this the fiend who attacked you?
He sucked my blood, darling.
May I have my drawing back, please?
Yes, he drank my blood and he carried me away.
Actually, the vampire attacked me first.
I could have been Dracula's plaything.
Mr. and Mrs. Pinkerton, I can absolutely assure you that your attacker was not Dracula. There is no such thing as a vampire. There never has been such a thing as a vampire. Not now, not ever. And you can quote me on that. Dr. John Cornelius from the university. Department of Psychology.
Doctor, I thought you said you were bloody killed.
There's a picture, Doc. She saw the vampire with her own eyes.
She was attacked by a disturbed and obsessed human being, a man who needs help.
A man who needs
Yes,
help.
and you can quote me on that.
Stop it! Stop it! The master of the night is calling me from afar. He says we are interfering with his mission. He feels he is terribly misunderstood.
Time to go home, said Florence.
It's a third-rate illustration of Dracula, probably from memory of a Hammer horror. That's not much help.
Hey, look at these. Bloody look at these. Would the university care to comment on Dracula's whereabouts? You read that. Go on. Is it true that the university is home to a secret vampire cult? Yeah. Is it now university policy to admit bloodsuckers as students? Now, Miss Littlejohn, you read that one now.
I just can't.
You read it.
Dr. John Cornelius drinks human blood. Oh, I wonder where they got that from, Miss Littlejohn.
Where's the one about the sex-crazed slaves? He'll enjoy that one. That's really disgusting, that is. Now.
I feel a little faint.
No. See what you've done? There, Miss Littlejohn. A snort of sal volatile will soon perk you up. Come on.
Owen.
Enough.
I know where this is. I recognise it.
What?
Westgate Cemetery.
Oh, you know where this is, and the entire police force have failed to find it, huh?
I've been there.
Will you please tell me what we're supposed to be doing here?
Looking for Dracula's tomb.
Oh, yes, of course. And just like any reputable academic in his right mind, wandering around a graveyard at night looking for somebody who doesn't exist.
Oh, do calm down, JC. We're not really looking for Dracula's tomb. We're looking for the tomb that was used during the attacks. And I think I found it.
Ow!
I suggest you turn on your torch. This is it.
Say so.
But hang on a sec. I said I was sure this was the place. I'm not sure about going inside.
You stay here. I'll check it out.
On second thoughts.
You decided to join me.
After you? How do you know?
Oh, Mrs. Pinkerton woke up. She spoke about being candles all around. And just look.
God, what a mess.
What a mess. Thought it'd be more exciting than this.
No, this'll be fine for me.
Pros and cons of our situation logically and rationally, and a solution will soon present itself.
Logically and rationally.
Well, if you'd have joined in, it's a well-known fact that the soprano voice carries over a greater distance.
Was that old quote, give me a point in heaven, a lever, and I will move the earth?
Well, in the first place, you misquote the great Archimedes. What he actually said was, give me somewhere to stand and I will move the earth. And in the second place, we haven't got a lever. And in any case, a key would be preferable.
Yeah!
How did you do that?
Small matter of iron oxide. Rust.
God, I hate a superior woman. Samantha. Samantha, I think I've got a problem.
All right, Cornelius, you've gone too far this time. There's a strange van festooned with aerials parked in my bloody parking place, and I know you have something to do with it.
Oh, I can absolutely assure you, Owen, I have nothing to do with a strange van festooned with aerials.
Cornelius, you know bloody well that anything untoward on this campus is usually a direct result of your rather unscholarly forays.
I am truly sorry, sir. Truly sorry. I had nothing to do with any of this. They just came bursting into the office, asking you for Dr. Cornelius.
Figured
and
I'd
before
find
I
you here, Doc. And the lovely Dr. Valentine.
Dr. Valentine, Cornelius, who are these people?
Step aside for the camera, sir. And be quiet. We're about to shoot. Madam. This is Clive Warren on the campus of the university with Dr. John Cornelius, who believes that Dracula loose on the streets is no more than a poor, tormented soul. In other words, it's not his fault, folks. It's us, society, who's to blame.
Drivel.
Then what would you do with this Dracula, Doc?
Medication and therapy are often helpful in the welfare of the mentally ill, and that's what we have here.
Make old Dracula a productive member of society. Maybe you should train him to give blood transfusions.
You should be locked up.
What would you do with this vampire, Dr. Valentine?
Wolfsbane.
Wolfsbane?
Wolfsbane.
Wolfsbane is to keep vampires at bay, I think, and garlic, definitely.
So, Doctors Valentine and Cornelius recommend garlic and a long, cosy chat. And these are the experts working with the police to capture this Dracula. Excuse me, would you mind? According to that's expensive equipment, would you mind?
Dream come true.
This is research, Samantha.
And I love it.
What did you see on my face? What did you feel?
Wouldn't you like to know, but I knew it was you.
Oh, stop it. Look, the elements break the ritual down into motifs. Can't go out in the daytime, can't be seen in mirrors, child of the night. Lust for blood. Blood for life. Drinks blood. What was that?
It's outside, JC.
Is this someone's idea of a joke?
I think it's someone's idea of communication. We're invited to visit a Dr. Van Helsing. Isn't Van Helsing the vampire hunter in the Dracula novel?
Yes, that's Van Helsing, that's right.
And a map is provided.
Oh, let me guess. Transylvania?
No, west of the airport. Do you think it is a joke?
Well, if it is, it's far too elaborate to ignore. I think we should pay this Van Helsing a visit.
Yes. But I imagine it will wait until tomorrow. If we'd come here last night, there wouldn't have been another attack.
Well, Van Helsing isn't Dracula. That violates dramatic necessity, far too deus ex machina.
This place is certainly weird enough.
Thought you liked the pastoral scene. Ow! Right in the eyelid. Well, doesn't want any vampires visiting, does he?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Anyone there?
Close the door. Come in and close the door. Enter. Just a jiffy and I'll be with you. Much better. Blood, the stuff of life. Or the stuff of death if you lose it. That's why I'm doing all these blood testing experiments.
Dr. Van Helsing?
Of course. And you're... Oh, I'm sorry. You are Dr. Cornelius and Samantha Valentine. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Well, your invitation made a big impression on us. And the door.
Oh, I don't quite follow.
Well, whoever delivered your note has a strong sense of the dramatic.
Oh, that's my cleaning lady, Irma. She's from Haiti. Believes in black magic, blood sacrifices, hens and cockerels, that sort of thing. I never go into the kitchen when she's making chicken sandwiches. But it's very difficult finding cleaning ladies, you know, what with all the bats, I mean.
I can imagine.
It's a recording. It keeps them quiet during the day.
Can I ask why you chose such a bizarre method of contacting us?
Well, I realized... Oh, do sit down.
Oh, thank you.
I realized that I had something that might help in your search. And I knew you'd never listen unless I intrigued you.
Surely you didn't need to go to those lengths.
But I did. I tried talking to the police. Nobody wanted to listen. I warned them. There are almost 8 pints of blood in the human body. Losing more than half of it is virtually the same as murder.
Well, any ideas would be most welcome.
Why don't you track down the coffin? I mean, Dracula, if he's being serious, that is, has to sleep in a coffin lined with earth from wherever he was born.
And so?
Well, there can't be many people with coffins that allow the person inside to breathe when the lid is closed.
You're absolutely right. What we need is an undertaker who makes custom-built coffins. Must be one somewhere nearby.
So simple.
Ah, the best ideas are always simple.
Just one more thing. Holy water, the very best. Lured 53. Oh, you better go now. It's almost feeding time.
She looked so real. Look at that lip gloss. That's wild raspberry, isn't it?
There must be a catch somewhere.
Yeah, so, can we do something pretty quickly, please?
Got it.
JC?
There's always an ergonomic pattern to these things. Now, just take it easy, Samantha. Ah, but of course.
Oh, for goodness sake, JC.
That's it. See? Ergonomically set up for a left-handed person.
Please. We ask the public to respect our chapel of rest. It is a place of contemplation.
Sorry.
Please, forgive us.
How may I help you? Are you in the sorrowful state of requiring my services?
Oh, not yet, anyway, but there was a moment there where it was touch and go. May I ask if you get most of the business round here for custom-made coffins?
We get all of it. All our competitors are sadly no longer in existence. In fact, their final undertaking was to appoint us as their official undertakers.
Well, that seems a sensible arrangement.
Do you ever get any orders for coffins with breathing vents or escape mechanisms?
Sometimes people can't believe they'll really die, so...
Do you have a list of customers who have ordered coffins like that in, say, the last year or so?
We've built 3 such breathers with escape hatches in the last year. We call them that in the business. 2 to the university.
The university?
This is interesting.
1 to Professor Richard Zeff, a student production of Romeo and Juliet. 1 to Dr. Melor. And finally, the great Chandu, master of the miraculous and maker of many miracles.
Oh, bless you, love, no. My Harry passed on 9 months ago.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I told him not to take that working men's club at Port Talbot, but oh dear me, no. The great Chandu never lets his public down. He wouldn't listen. He wouldn't. If you want to make yourself useful, he said, there's a hole in my leotard wants fixing. Fix it. Of course, his language was a bit more fruity. But then, you know showbiz people, of course you do. I've seen you on the box with Clive, what's his face? Clive Warren. Oh, I love him, he's my favourite.
Mrs. Weaver, can I ask you a question? The coffin you ordered, was it for the great your husband Harry's act?
Well, to be honest, you could say yes. You see, my old man had this terror of being buried alive. So you could say it was a question of killing 2 birds with 1 coffin. Oh, and that reminds me, you was right about garlic for vampires. It's wolfsbane for werewolves. I know all about it. I know all about it. I've watched the Hammer horrors night after night on the telly. Oh, that was after the great Chandu decided I was too old and too fat for the act. Put me out to grass, the old... Ooh, he could be a right bastard, my old man.
So, he was buried in the coffin?
Well, not right away, love.
How do you mean, Mrs. Weaver?
Well, for a fortnight, I kept him over there, by the window, in the coffin. Well, if he was going to get up while I was sleeping, I wanted to know about it. After all, he was an escapologist.
And then?
Council made me take him out and put him in the ground, bury him. And me wanting to keep him here with me.
You wanted him here so you could watch over him? That's very touching.
No, I wanted to make sure he stayed put so I could rest in peace.
Can't park anywhere.
Oh, just put it behind Griff's. He won't mind. You know, Miller's got some very interesting explaining to do. Zeff had a legitimate reason for his coffin, but a sociologist? No, Miller's not answering. Samantha, will you wait here? I must go and talk to Miller.
JC, it's getting dark.
So?
This is when Dracula gets his wake-up call.
Professor Griffiths? I need to find Dr. Mellor.
Transferred your affections to another faculty, then?
What? Oh, no, JC went dashing off there and didn't tell me how to find him.
Right. Follow the corridor all the way around. You'll come to a large double door. Don't go through it. Take the small green door on your right.
Right.
Griffiths.
Professor, I've been meaning to give you a ring about the tickets for that show of yours. The truth is, Miss Littlejohn seems to have mislaid our allocation.
Owen, you've used the same excuse for the last 7 productions of mine.
Is that a fact?
But then originality was never a strong point in the psychology department.
I haven't seen him before. Well, he'll certainly know me the next time we meet.
That's Professor Zeff. They should have let him out of pasture years ago. They only keep him around because no one else will do the University Shakespeare productions.
So that's Zeff.
Anyway, what was I saying? Ah, yes. Follow the corridor all the way...
Slight change of plan. Professor Zeff, how do I find him?
Fickle is the mind of woman. Follow the corridor. Oh, bloody hell. Come on, I'll show you.
Another dummy.
I'll kill you!
Well, I just wanted to look inside the coffin.
You creep around pretending to be a policeman, raking up muck! I know you, Cornelius. You're trying to set me up as Dracula! It was a sensory deprivation experiment!
Keep up the good work, Dr. Miller. We're all relying on you.
Charles Atlas, the famous American muscle man, could pull a railway locomotive from a stop with his teeth when he was over 90.
Amazing.
Isn't it? That's why I exercise every evening.
I don't know, Professor Zeff. I've tried to exercise, but it's so boring.
I know, but you must. One must never give in to aging. They talk about stopping my classes because I've been around too long, but I feel that I'm getting younger.
Oh, perhaps you might share your secret with me at a later date.
I don't think it's one I can share. But you didn't really come to hear my secrets for long life, did you, Miss Valentine?
No, well, actually, I came here to ask about a coffin.
The coffin I ordered for my productions, though. Don't worry. It's quite safe.
Oh, I can't imagine anyone stealing a coffin.
Perhaps you'd like to see it. It's, in here. Here it is.
Oh, dear.
Owen, I'm looking for Samantha. Have you seen her?
Then you're looking in the wrong bloody place, then.
What?
The light of your life is probably in deep slumber, seeing she's with the most boring man in the world.
Well, I hope you're going to make some sense of that, Owen.
She's with Professor Zeff, old man of the mountains. I took her there myself. No need to rush. He's probably only got halfway through King Lear.
Enough blood to be truly young forever.
Sorry to bother you, Zeph.
Oh, it's no bother. Do come in. You're looking for Miss Valentine. She's next door. Please don't touch it. You see, she's very safe. Unless someone forces the lid open without this. Doing that would cause something very unpleasant to happen.
Give me the key.
Stay where you are. I wouldn't advise taking the key by force. You must know what powers I possess.
Zeph, it's a myth.
A myth takes its power from truth. You should read more Jung, Cornelius. As an actor, I have seen, felt, and sensed the power of myth in character.
And so you think you get stronger from drinking blood? Surely not sane, Professor.
The media is full of talk about my great strength.
An increase in strength is common amongst those in the grip of an obsession. Listen to me. I can help you.
I'm afraid, Cornelius, you may not be around to do so.
So, you intend to progress to murder?
In order to defend the persona of Dracula, yes.
And Samantha?
She shall have a proper epitaph. Remember Othello. I'll not shed her blood, nor scar that white skin of hers than snow yet. She must die.
Why not take my blood instead of hers? Let her live. And I would cheerfully open a vein for you. You are not Dracula, Zeph.
You are in my domain, Cornelius. Here, I rule.
If you are Count Dracula, then I threaten you with eternal damnation. Holy water. Do you understand, Zeph? Holy water.
No, for darkness' sake, no.
You are not Count Dracula. Give me the key.
Cornelius, I shall destroy you.
Sorry about the shock treatment, my old friend. But you'll be all right. I promise. I'll see to it personally. Coming, Sam.
He's basically a good human being, Zeph. Just in the grip of an obsession. But we can do something about that. You listening to me, Samantha? Sat.